Well, what's going on? What's up? Welcome to NGB Talk. Welcome to the 2020 NFL Draft. My good friend Mark from TitanUp Load is with me here today. We are so excited to be bringing you all of the Tennessee Titans, all the NFL, all the draft news. It's all happening on this channel right now. Be sure to check out on this guy's channel tomorrow. Make sure you check it out tomorrow at 5:50. And I forgot to mute my other video, so I was having a little bit of a reverberation there. What's going on, Titans fans? How we doing? Mark, how are you doing, sir?
We're almost there, Nick. We are almost there. We'll get into this, I'm sure, here at some point, but there are some rumblings now coming out of the Titans headquarters, wherever that would be, wherever J. Rob's house or Vrabel. They showed his setup earlier, but like I said, your channel, your rules, but we're starting to pick up some stuff going on here with the Tennessee Titans, and I'm not sure you're all going to like it.
Oh, no, man. Say it ain't so. Don't tell me that they're trading out of the draft, or the first round anyway. Don't tell me that, man.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. But that's from what's her name, Diana
Rossini.
Yeah, she seems to be the one that they've chosen for the inside information, but
she's got all kinds of good information.
Let's hope she's wrong about this one.
We got 15 or so minutes until this thing's supposed to kick off. All fingers crossed, this thing actually kicks off. By the way, speaking of kicking off, my internet has been touch and go for the past week, people. So we'll see how this works. My internet has always been kind of sketchy here in Southern California. And so the last week it's been crazy, but these crews, I was talking to you last night, Mark.
We lost them. Maybe I can carry the show.
Yeah, carry the show for us, man. I was just talking about the internet being so bad. You still there, brother? Hey, I'm here, and I'm not sure that you're here, but if anyone can hear or see me, what's going on, folks?
Hey, you're back.
Hey, we are working through it. Hey, what did it look like while I was paused? Was I just frozen, or what was going on with it?
Frozen, and then I was there, and then we started both spinning.
Okay. Well, it might be a little bit like that, folks. We're going to try and bring it to you best we can under the circumstances. And hopefully, if we can't go, hopefully the NFL could still go, right? So something to look out for. How is the internet connection going to work across all 32 teams, across these United States of America? Hey, let's shout out to some of the guys already in the comments section. We got LameTube01. Let's start early. We tried to, man. We started late. Let's see. We got Tony Joe. Tighten up. Someone said something about hoping we have Ryan Succup's replacement by tonight. That's craziness. And Tony Joe's not so into that. Sin City Titan, what's going on? How you doing, sir? And we got Al Pierce in the house. What's going on, people? Leave your comments below. Tell us what you think is going to be the result of tonight. Let's rock, guys. Let's do it. Johnny Mack, what's going on? Hillbilly Brian, what's going on? What you don't want more picks? More picks, please. This is an interesting. We can start off with this.
Hey, whoa, leave that up for a minute. We got a lookalike contest going on over here. Is this your secret name, Nick? Is this really you?
Oh man, this looks like a guy I used to go to high school with. Actually, what's going on?
He's been on some streams on TitanUp Load. What's going on, Hillbilly? How you doing, man? He brings some good stuff. It's good content coming from him.
Oh my gosh, we got a troll in the house. Look at this guy.
Oh, that's okay. We're gonna get a lot of NFL fans. They're trying to find their way. Yes, let's talk Colts. Who we got the Colts picking?
Oh, they are picking nobody. Anyway, man. So, actually, going back to Hillbilly. By the way, Andrew Reed is a good friend of mine. Probably one of my best friends on this whole earth. Glad to have you with us, man. We'll get you on the show sometime if you'll say something. He'll probably say a lot about the Titans. He'll say a lot about Marcus Mariota, I'm sure. Anyway, Hillbilly Bryn has an interesting point to bring up here as we near the time at which the Bengals will be on the clock. There's two different philosophies here, right? Two completely different philosophies. And will J-Rob stay put? Will he trade up or will he trade down? Obviously, it's either quality if we get more people in the draft at lower positions, or it's better quantity if we trade back, get more picks. Do like the Seahawks do pretty much every single draft. What do your thoughts here, TitanUp Load?
It's a good question to start the show off. It's like we got to pace ourselves. Brian, NFL Draft Geek, he may be coming on the show, like you said.
Absolutely.
Which is exciting because I know a lot of Titan fans who were on TitanUp Load when he did his mock on Tuesday night were not happy with his pick.
Oh, man.
But since then, Daniel Jeremiah, his final show was last night. He picked the same guy. And even we'll get into a little bit of what Floyd Reese said, coming from the Titans' top 5 guys. But this question, to kind of bring it back here, that's a really good question. And I don't think, Nick, we're really going to know until the draft, like a few picks before he picks. I don't think he knows. I think he's, at this moment, he's doing a lot of feeling out there, seeing if teams are willing possibly to trade. He wants it out there. We know this as far as the Titans.
Sure.
If they want stuff out there, fine. If they don't want it out there, it doesn't get out. So they want to move. I mean, I think me and you are both in agreement. We kind of thought that's where they were going to do it. Whether they actually move out or not is going to be the question. But I don't think we'll know until like 25, 26.
Sure. A couple things to take from that. Number one, the team lost so many free agents in these last 2 months that I'm thinking quantity is really what we want here. Mm-hmm. So many depth pieces are gone. Dudes that came in relief of starters last season are gone. Starters are gone too. Yeah. So I think quantity is going to be huge. And then to your point, we never know what J-Rob does. We had the draft in which we drafted Derrick Henry. The free agency period right before that, we go out and get DeMarco Murray, right?
Yep.
And was anyone thinking that we're going to be taking a running back in the second round? Maybe eventually. But taking Derrick Henry, the Heisman Trophy winner, that seemed at the time for me, maybe I couldn't see the writing on the wall. I was pumped and excited and thought that we just got stacked at probably one of the game's most important positions. So that was great. That was great to see at the time. We'll talk more about Derrick Henry, other fun draft stories as we go along, folks.
I got one real quick too here, and the quantity versus quality. Coming back to you, Nick, like, where do you think is a must that we need to really possibly draft to position wise? Like, where are you zoned in for tonight, or you just kind of feel like you just pick best available all the time?
I'm thinking that we need a difference maker.
Okay.
Especially in the secondary. So
yeah.
I'm thinking it being a cornerback heavy draft, pretty good in that position. I'm thinking it could be okay to have a couple more in the second round. Here's the thing. So many teams are needy at tackle. True. That there's going to be a lot of good positions available at 29. And, obviously if you're Brian, you think this is the draft to get a tackle. And a lot of people, that makes sense. And for looking at the Tennessee Titans organization, that does make sense. However, I see that J-Rob has a history of trying to get guys that have tremendous value, right? Yeah. Getting Jeffrey Simmons last year, he was thought to be a top 5 overall prospect, and we snagged him at 19, right? Getting A.J. Brown, who a lot of people thought he was going to go in the first round. A lot of these teams needing a receiver, we get him 51 overall. So I think it's all about value, and getting a tackle at 29 is not really great value. I think getting one of these corners would be better value. As far if we're going just quality, as far as quantity goes, yeah, we could trade out of the first round. Colts might be there ready to get something.
Texans are looking to move up now.
Texans are trying to move up.
I don't know what they have to trade, but they're looking to move up.
Oh man, well, we'll talk about that later. A question of the night is going to be which team's going to bust big time. We can talk about that later.
Yeah.
And Texans obviously come to my mind because what's going on over there?
Yeah, but I think cornerback is huge. So, we had Luke Worsham on from A to Z Sports this past Sunday, and he made a really good point about, okay, if you trade out, where is the spot that you kind of lose your value? Because you need a guy to pick from this draft, right? You need someone in the first round that can make a difference for this team. We're not in a position, I don't think right now, that we're with the Chiefs. I mean, we're close, but we're not there yet. So when you look at it from that point of view, can you sit there and either A, not take a guy until like pick 50, or B, can you take a guy that's not really going to play next year? And I don't really have an answer to that, and don't really pay me the big bucks. But you got to think, hey, if you're going to move out, what are you going to get in return? And what I seen this morning from different places is, honestly, if you move for a second, you're probably only going to get a fourth in return. Yes, you'll swap your first for their second.
Sure.
And then you'll get a fourth in return. Well, if you're in the middle of the second round now you've lost your first round pick. And I think a lot of us miss that point. They see the trade and they're instantly, oh, we got a second round pick. But really, you gave up your first. That's just a given. The fourth is what you got. So,
and I agree. And just to add to that, we've also seen J-Rob have his eye on his guy, right? And make moves to go get him. That's what's obviously, right. Obviously, the Tennessee Titans were in the AFC Championship game last year. We had a lot of returning. We have a lot of returning players on offense, and so maybe we were one cornerback away from being able to stop the Kansas City Chiefs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So just the one guy could make all the difference. That's what, when I watched your show with Luke the other day, that was the kind of argument he was trying to make, was that you really just need that one guy, right?
Yeah.
So fun stuff getting started. Shine Crawford says we shouldn't trade out. Well, to make this experience as exciting as possible, let's hope we don't trade out, right? And just before things start up, folks, let me share a few things with you here. Let's see. Give me 1 second while I get everything all nice and presentable.
I want to give a few shout outs as you're doing that. Titan for Life.
Give us some shout outs, sir.
We've seen him in the house many, many times. Sin City Titan. I mean, he is all over the place. This guy, any live stream that I go to, doesn't matter whose channel it is, Sin City Titan. If they're Titan related, he's in the house. We got a new guy on the block, Nick. And he's not bad. Mr. Titan in the house.
Mr. Titan.
He's starting to do some work. So shout out to him, and just thanks again for all the people in the house. Like you just mentioned, Shine. We had Hillbilly earlier, Tony Joe. These names seem familiar for me. So on LameTube, definitely happy that you've given up some of your time as we're about ready to kick off this draft here.
That's
about
right.
2 minutes away.
It's coming up now. Let's see here. Okay, and I'm thinking, there we go.
Oh, so, wow, guys, he's pulling out the big guns right away. Here we go.
Oh, we got a couple of graphics. Why not? So, Tennessee, let me get this. Let's see, how do you get this banner out of here? I don't know how to get this banner out of here. Whatever, don't forget to subscribe, people. Tennessee Titans 2020 draft needs. Just before we get started, folks, let's establish a couple things. We need a cornerback. Offensive line depth wouldn't be bad. Obviously, the Tennessee Titans have had a swing tackle for a long time. We pretty much lose that with Dennis Kelly moving out to right tackle. Defensive line, obviously, we've lost Darrell Casey. That's huge. I put edge right here as a draft need because we haven't quite gotten Clowney yet, and we'll talk about that tonight too, of course. And then running back would be a huge get. I'm thinking maybe day 2, a running back would be really nice. We could talk about that for sure. Wide receiver, quarterback, kicker. We have a lot of needs. Kicker in the first round, that was a joke earlier, folks. Okay. And just tomorrow, make sure you tune in for day 2 of our, let's see, how can I get this thing out of here? I don't know, but it says here below that 5:50 p.m. is when we're starting, folks. 5:50 p.m. is when we are starting. So be sure to be here for day 2 live stream. It's going to be on this guy's channel, right? Oh, yeah, it's going to be on this guy's channel. TitanUp Load. Be sure to check that out, 5:50 p.m. Central Time. Finally, last thing I need to show you guys is after, or maybe not quite after, but right here in the middle of everything, at 10 p.m. Central Time, Draft Brian, who you guys know, he is going to be around to have a live stream on his YouTube channel. Be sure to check that out. We want to support our fellow YouTubers. Okay, let's get out of this. Let's get back to this. What's going on? Again, people, it's 5 p.m. my time. So that means something's going on in the NFL, right?
It's about ready. They're going through it. This is a, how do I want to say this? You'll always remember this year. I mean, you will. This is 2020. It got off to a rocky start, not going to lie. You know, everything happened with Kobe, and then it's just kind of trickled down, and now we got this, you know, coronavirus, and what Todd McShay of ESPN has it now that we're learning. So this is something we've never seen. I mean, we're worried about hiccups with the internet, Nick. You can imagine the pressure that these people are on. Oh, yeah. And I'm not a huge fan of Bleacher Report, but they did this little cartoon video that I watched.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, you see those? It's PG rated. It's good. But yeah, they had somebody in there basically taking over the draft, and, you know, the Lions ended up taking what's his name? I can't think of the coach from Ohio State. What's his name? He's not in there anymore. Dang it. I can't think of his name.
You know what? Someone in the comment section will be.
Yeah, they probably will. But no, it was good. You know, they had the kicker going round 1 from Georgia with the glasses and pick one, and it ended up being Bill Belichick, who was the one basically behind the whole thing. So
of course,
it is interesting to see what's going to happen here.
Yeah, those little cartoons are hilarious. They kill me. And glad to see that they're still doing them. I thought the season was going to be over. They were done with them. So glad to see they're still going.
Urban Meyer. There you go.
Meyer, of course. Come on now. Mr. Titan in the house. Good to see you, sir. You keep doing your thing. Tighten up, sir. Nice to see you guys. Tighten up. And the internet hasn't kicked us out of this thing quite yet. So that's awesome. And as far as I know, I don't have a TV right here in front of me. I'm trying to find a live stream on my phone to see what's going on with everything.
Hey, I want to give a shout out to Zach Carpenter.
What's going on?
He's from Illinois. So how awesome is that? We got a couple Illinois people in the house, and I think James is from Illinois as well. So you're having Illinois takeover here in California, Nick.
What's up, Zach? How we doing, bud? Who do you think that the Titans are going to be taking? Who do you think the Titans will be taking, Zach? That's what we want to know.
Are we live here?
Are we live? Yes, sir. Should be totally, completely live. And we're experiencing just a little bit of an interruption, folks, but it'll all come back. No worries. And just waiting for our connection to come back, and waiting. And here we are. You guys are awesome for putting up with the technical difficulties. Mark, are you there, sir?
I'm still here. I thought we were gone that time. I did.
So for all you sticking around with us, last night, Mark and I tried to do a little Skype session, see how things were going to be. And there was a lot of touch and go. It's been better today. But at this point, now that we're doing the live stream, I'm sure my internet is getting its butt kicked. So,
hey, do you want to give your theory? Because I think they need to know, and it does make sense.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
It does make serious sense.
So here's the thing, folks. Like I was saying earlier, if you're just tuning in, I was mentioning earlier how my internet's been touch and go for the past week. And I've seen my internet provider dudes out there working. They were working till like midnight last night. They were in the ground. They were in the machines and what have you and everything. And They were going crazy all day working on getting our internet back set up. I think maybe
Time out.
I live
Boo! Got to get the booze going, Nick. Come on,
Boo.
boo! Goodell's on there. Boo! All right, got it.
Yeah, boo Goodell. And I think maybe here in the Los Angeles area, they've had to stretch the internet providers' abilities because they're broadcasting out of LA, they're broadcasting out of Culver City, California. Roger Goodell, he probably lives somewhere around here, I'm sure, and I think they're having to stretch our internet out farther than it can go, more to with stronger capabilities than ever before, just so the draft can happen. That's my conspiracy theory. It's been this week, folks, that my internet's gone crazy. So we'll see.
Just got a text from somebody that I know. He's a Steeler fan, and here I'm going to read it.
Steeler fan.
Here we go. This is his first text for the night. Well, at least Goodell did not get booed. It's not true. We booed him here on the show.
We booed him right here, folks. He didn't get booed in his own basement.
Is that his basement where he's at?
Yeah, apparently he's in his basement. He's broadcasting.
That's from nice. Seems like he's got somebody in his family who was a vet, and then he has just the TV. I think he'd have a nicer TV for being the commish, but
the TV reminds him of his job, so he's a good book reader.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
right.
Man.
So I'm trying to. Someone's got to let me know, how are you watching this live stream if you don't have cable? How are you watching the live stream of the NFL if you don't have cable? Because I'm trying to figure this out. By the way, folks, stick around with us tonight, and we're gonna have, kind of during these moments where there's not much going on, we're just waiting for the pick to happen, we're gonna have some awesome Titans draft trivia. Great stuff I got for you guys. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Let me know if I need to start that early, Mark. And some trivia that you and I can do together, some trivia for the fans, for the dudes in the audience and ladies in the audience. There's Zach Carpenter. What's going on, brother?
So I'm doing the national anthem now. They just did a moment of silence. This is like no other. They're honoring the medical workers and the fire, probably police personnel. So yeah, I mean, this is a difficult time, especially if you're in the New York area. I'm not sure how many fans are in the New York area. I'm not sure how you guys are doing in California, but Illinois seems to be getting worse. They extended the home order until May 30th now, which isn't really to anybody's surprise in Illinois. Wisconsin did it like a week ago to the 27th, but there are other places that are starting to get life back on track. Tennessee, Georgia, some of these other areas. So definitely comment, how you have been affected. And like I said, you have this draft, which I think a lot of us, Nick, are looking forward to just to get our mind off of everything else, jobs and all that stuff. So.
Absolutely. I'm sorry to hear that things are getting worse in Illinois. I got lots of family in Georgia. And of course, the governor there has been eager to open things up. And it might be too early. Don't want to get all political. Don't want to start any debates here, but just want everyone to be safe, right? First,
for sure.
Want everyone to be safe. And yes, if you or someone is out there in a grocery store bagging groceries, is a nurse working in a hospital, is a doctor working in a hospital, God bless you, God bless your friend, whoever that is, doing such a big thing right now, keeping us safe and delivering in a hard time. So you guys are great. And by the way, it's simple as just getting on the NFL app and just boom, there it is. So I finally got it. I got it set up on my phone over here. I'm seeing that there. Yeah, it looks like we're having kind of a moment. I don't have the audio. I don't have the audio on, but it looks like we're having a moment.
You got Glenn Mo Titan. Do you want to put that comment on the screen? That's a pretty cool thing. I remember when me and you were live one night and we had Jay from Afghanistan, and I would have missed it because we were just going on, and you caught that, and I'm so glad you did because that was a really cool thing from him watching us from Afghanistan. So
man, it was awesome, man. I can't believe it. And then we got to thank him, and great audience, and worldwide kind of thing that we're doing here. We got great people great people that are Titans fans, you know.
Yep.
It's not a prerequisite, but it just happens a lot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So Glenmo Titan, he said it first. So I don't know. Cool. Hey, make it happen. Making it happen in England. Bring it on. Let's see. I thought it said New England. So at first I was like, I don't know.
Oh, I gotcha. Sky
I don't
Sports,
know.
I think, is pretty popular out there in Europe.
Very cool. Hey, tighten up. Good to see you, Sean. And love seeing the Across Seas Titans fans. Awesome. Absolutely. And now we're at a commercial break. Oh boy, a lot of commercials tonight. So, folks, I have a question for you, and I posted this up here on the screen earlier. What are you doing for the draft? I bet a lot of you were in Nashville watching the draft happen live last year at this time. Craziness. So what are you doing for the draft? Last year, I watched the draft just here in my apartment in California, and I was very sad that I was not in Nashville watching the draft happen live down Broadway. But I did start this YouTube channel a year ago today, and that was cool, right? First, I didn't know what I was doing, and sometimes still don't have a clue, but it was a lot of fun to get the feedback and start to experience, Titans fans from across the world. So what are you doing for the Titans or any NFL sports team that you're looking forward to seeing tonight? Are you cooking? I got pizzas that are in the fridge. I just got to get the wife to put them in the oven. I already prepped them out, and it's going to be delicious. Mark, you got the kiddos there. They got their Titans gear on. We're doing this live stream. What are you guys in the audience, all the fans, what are you guys doing for the draft?
We're just all kind of hanging out right now. And, we just got done eating some Japanese. My wife made some Japanese for the night, and it was good. And, that's pretty much it from over here at Titan headquarters.
Hey, Titan headquarters. I love it.
So, yeah. No, it's a good time, This time, I would say, with being stuck at home and stuff, has definitely been – it's tough, I know, but it does kind of, you're around your family, and there's not a lot of there. I should say there are still distractions out there, but you get my point. Like, you get to really spend a lot of quality time with your family. So that's obviously a plus, but you never want to see the jobs and people getting sick and getting that's not good. So,
well, you got to make the best of a bad situation, right?
Yeah.
You got to make the best of it. And yeah, a lot of us are given an incredibly unique opportunity right now. It's just me and my wife, and we're getting to talk about every little thing together.
Yeah.
We're getting to spend every second together, and it's been fun. We go on walks now. We never went on walks before. We walk around our neighborhood. It's nice,
Yeah. Yep.
So let's see what the people are doing for the draft. Let's see. Tony Joe, I was in Nashville for a week in November during bye week. OMG, that was so frustrating. Okay. Good. Nashville is packed with people right now. Broadway is hard to walk up and down. Not right now. I mean, like these days when it's not coronavirus, because there's so many people trying to have a good time in Nashville. So many ladies on their bridesmaids, night out. What do you call that? That's called the bachelorette party.
Yep.
I don't go to too many of those, so I don't know what they're called. James watching from Tyler, Texas, hanging out with the family. That's cool, brother.
Tyler has a very my family used to live like an hour away, and Tyler was the biggest town in the area, so we would go to Tyler. They kind of lived in Athens. I don't know if he knows where Athens, Texas is, but Tyler was always a place where we got really excited about because they had the huge like roadhouse and some of these other things that they really enjoyed. So
very cool. How long? I know you lived in Houston. How long did you live there?
Oh, not me. I mean, I was born in Houston. We moved when we were really young, but my brother-in-law lived in Athens. Now they live in like Royce City, right around that area, a little outside of Dallas.
You never lived in Texas?
But I've lived in Texas. Yeah, I was born in Houston, Texas. I'm saying, oh no, there are all the Bengal fans on there. But no, but yeah, we moved when we were relatively young. So
Very good, sir. Texas is a state I've not explored much. And by not much, I mean not at all. I've had an opportunity to drive through it once. And then my wife's from Louisiana. She's been to Texas a couple times. And looking forward to being able to explore a little bit of it. I'll check out Tyler. I'll check out the Roadhouse. Watching at home from Vegas, his Sin City Titans should have been watching at the Bellagio.
Man, that's tough. That's tough. I feel bad for all the people that had their weeks planned to attend this event in Vegas. Can you imagine if this happened last year with all the people in Nashville? How disappointing, upsetting that would be. I know we had a vacation that was planned in June. We were coming out to see you, Nick, but it's not going to happen now. But, it's life. And, there are other people dealing with far worse situations than me in a vacation. So I'm not going to complain.
Hear you, man. Yeah, I thought about that the other day. I thought, I don't know if it's going to work out.
Yeah.
James says he's already done the wings and pizza, adult beverages, and he's got streaming, he's got radio, he's got NFL Network, he's doing it all. And I'm seeing the Bengals head coach Zach Taylor. How's this guy gonna do, guys? I'm sorry, this guy, he already had his first year and everything. How's this guy gonna do with being Joe Burrow's coach? Is he gonna be able to let this guy be great or not? Anyway, we'll see. I'm still gonna break down a couple more people, what they're doing. Tony Joe, what's going on? I'm watching my apartment in Durham, North Carolina, Panther country. Lol. Well, this guy's in bear country. Which one's worse, the bear or the panther? I'm here in LA and we have no country except for Raider. It's Raider Nation out here. Big time Raiders fans. My friend David is a huge
Here we go. We're starting, buddy. I'll try to keep you updated.
Thank you. No, I'm looking at it.
You got to hear? Okay.
I think you have audio though.
Yeah, I have audio. I got it right in front of me. We're doing the virtual video game thing. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're great.
I'm not real excited. I mean, I like the beginning. I like how they're giving, props to people that are making a big difference and are counted on and with the situation. But I'm not really liking this virtual draft so far. I think they're putting too much. I mean, they had just a bunch of fans. I know they're trying to reach out to the fans, but we'll see where this goes. But right now, I'm saying I'm not enjoying this too much right now.
He's not enjoying it so much. Well, let it settle for a little bit, man. We'll see. We'll see if it gets any better. It's looking like it's a lot of Goodell so far. So yeah, maybe we won't like it too much. Looks like we got Bengals on the clock.
Yep.
Are they
like Jake Locker there?
Are they now officially on the clock?
Yeah, they are. They got 8:47.
Okay.
Yep. My son wants to know Jake Fromm's in the draft. We are big Fromm fans. I would love the Titans to pick Fromm, and I know a lot of you guys are upset in the house. What's up, Al? I see you in the house too.
Titans could grab him in the second or third round, maybe.
Yeah.
So that would be something. This looks like Joe Burrow with his parents. I'm seeing this live. I don't know if you guys are seeing this live, but
yeah, I'm not digging this, man. I think they did this last year or something, and I don't know. Show me highlights. Show me what his strengths. Show me what his weaknesses are. How he's going to fit. You can even put a little fantasy value to this. I don't like this video game, dress them up, fishing for parts in the bayou. I just not a fan.
Yeah, the video game is kind of. I'll say this: it's just not as good now that Mike Mayock is with the Raiders. You know what I'm saying?
True.
Used to be that Mike Mayock was kind of running the show, but then he picked up the job with an actual team instead of the organization. So, now I'm starting to see him fishing in the bayou. Yeah, this is pretty corny entertainment here.
The ESPN NFL Network combining, I did not know. Did you know they were doing this?
I had no idea.
So they're sharing the time and they're kind of bouncing from each feed. I guess it's smart, right?
Yeah. While we check this out, while we were waiting, now I'm seeing all the talking heads going at it here. We're going to break down a couple more things you guys are doing, and then we'll get into some draft trivia because it's gonna be a long.
When you're done with this,
sure.
Talking about Demario, I did want to give him some credit and share what he sent me because it's very important, especially for those of you watching at home and trying to figure out, okay, where can the Titans, if they stay at 29, where can they go? What are they going? Are they going to grab a corner, wide receiver? Are they going to go line? He shared something very important with me. It's like a analytics thing. So when you're done talking about him, I did want to at least spend like a minute going over that because I think it's pretty cool stuff that he sent. So
absolutely, we're going to get into it, brother. Don't let me forget though. Demario, special meal for the draft. Drinking lots of Blue Moon. What's a special meal? Is it called special meal? Because I need a special meal in my life. Good to see you, Demario. Alexa Reed. How you doing, Alexa? Hey. Who do you think the Redskins will take? Redskins, boy, they could use a lot right now. Some people thought maybe they're going to go ahead and grab another quarterback, pull Arizona Cardinals. I'm going to say, based on my very limited knowledge, I'm not going to act like I'm Draft Brian here and I know everything about what's going to happen here, but I'm thinking Redskins probably need an O lineman, just like most people in this draft. So probably nothing.
Chase Young, they're not passing on Chase Young.
Oh yeah, they got the 2nd overall pick. They're taking Chase Young.
Yeah,
I forgot even where they're going to be drafting. They're 2nd overall. They are taking a dude that is going to sack the crap out of quarterbacks, Chase Young. So that's going to be great. That's who the Redskins are going to take. There's no way. I mean, do you think there's a chance they take Jeff Okudah instead? Some people have mocked that, but it's going to be Chase Young. Yeah, it's either here at 1 and 2, it's going to be either the position quarterback or the position to take down the position. Anyway, let's see what we got here. Lil Woodell is back and forth with us, Titans and Truth, and man, this guy's all over the place.
I haven't seen him lately.
Hey, he likes
man.
He likes to hop on for NGB Talk. What's going on with you, man? I don't know. And for whatever reason, James says, "Boo, TitanUp Load." What was this about? And let's see. You said something a while ago. This was at 5:18, so this was a couple minutes ago. A good friend of mine, David, is tuning in. I sent him the link to the live stream. Raider Nation, Eastside Los Angeles. What's going on, brother? Don't give away your home address now, okay? But and we got another friend of mine, Adam. What's going on, Adam? Sophomore slump as coaches isn't a thing. Get it, Nick? Oh man. Let's see. Come on, we can think of someone who had a sophomore slump. Mike Munchak had a sophomore slump as head coach. Maybe you'd say he had a freshman slump too, but he did lead the Titans to a 9-7 season. Shaking his head. What's up, Mark? What do you got to say about that?
I was never a fan of him. I was a fan of him as a player. He's a great offensive line coach, but as an actual head coach, he cost us Peyton Manning. And I think that he set us back a little bit. I honestly do.
Well, I mean, as far as I know, they rolled out the red carpet for Mr. Manning, as Bud Adams would say. I never heard him refer to anyone as Mr. anything, but Peyton Manning was Mr. Manning.
Yes.
Do you remember the Tennessee legislator drafting a resolution that the Titans should select Peyton Manning or should go get him in free agency? Do you remember this?
No.
This was during a time that so much legislation should have been passed for this thing and that thing. The Tennessee legislative body passed a resolution that the Titans should get Peyton Manning. Man, it was such a fun time. It's very similar. If you don't know, folks, it was just like the Tom Brady, except maybe not as crazy. The when the Tom Brady went through the gauntlet this offseason. And so that's fun. More about that fun stuff later. We got so much to talk about tonight. My dad is in the house and he is enjoying this too much. Good to see you, Dad. My dad and I, we've been laughing at some Brian Reagan. You ever laugh at Brian Reagan, that comedian from way, way back? Man, he cracks us up. You've not seen him or you don't think he's funny?
I've never seen him. So
good. Okay. Well, that's okay. You know what? Just for that, I'm gonna put this one back up on here.
I'm gonna get another boo.
Boo!
It's a Jake Fromm thing. Half the people can't stand Fromm. They don't want him. And every time I bring him up, they let me know. So hey, it's fine.
Okay.
That's why I made my channel. Let people voice their opinion.
So we got some great comments. We got my good friend Adam is thinking that the Redskins will definitely be drafting the defensive end Chase Young. And Adam mentioned his prediction for the Eagles. There we go. For the Eagles, they're going to draft. I mean, they got to take a wide receiver, right? They got to take a wide receiver. Brian, in your video, guys, if you're not getting enough live streaming content right now, go check out Tuesday Night Lights. It's actually a regular thing that Mark does on TitanUp Load, his YouTube channel, which you should definitely check out. Does all kinds of Titan stuff. But now Tuesday night, every night, he is doing a live stream talking about things going around the NFL. Correct? Did I make this up?
That's
man?
correct. Hold on. So I think we go. Burrow just went. So we'll do a good job of keeping you guys up to date. Obviously, you're probably following. He's got his headphones on. I mean, if you were going to get drafted, Nick, really quick, would you have headphones on?
Yes, I would be listening to. Yeah, I'd be listening to the GM, and the GM would be saying, "Hey, young man, I know you saw this one coming, but
yeah."
But I want to make sure you know we're excited to have you in Cincy.
But yeah, we do Tuesday Night Lights, and it's been a cool thing. I mean, it takes a while to get the fan base going because it's people want to talk Titans, and most of the people that are tuning in to talk Titans, which is fine because it's an NFL show. But we're looking to outbranch. We're looking to get more people involved and see where that goes on Tuesday nights. But yeah, Sunday nights have not changed. We'll continue to do TitanUp Load Live. Although I'm pretty sure TitanUp Load Live this Sunday night will not happen. We're gonna. It's been a tough week. A lot of stuff, as you know, planning for this and an all weekend thing technically. So we're gonna take a break on Tuesday night, on Sunday night, and we'll figure out when we can, bring it back. Probably the following week.
Bottom line is that TitanUp Load has got a bunch of great content. Go check out his channel and be sure to like and subscribe his videos. And speaking of getting people from all over the place, we got the Pats fan in here, Fire Destroyer, and we should have beat y'all.
Oh, come on, man. You couldn't stop Derrick Henry. If you would have stopped Derrick Henry and Tom Brady could actually connected on some and Edelman would have caught the ball maybe. But you couldn't stop Henry, and we gave you many, many chances. In the second
man, this guy's talking crap right now. I think Fire Destroyer is just kind of casually just saying we should have beat y'all.
No. They couldn't stop Henry, but I get his point. It was a good game. Did you think it was a good game?
It was a great game.
We'll have to ask Brian because remember Brian said there was no way we were going to win that game.
Back to Brian. Brian was saying that although the Eagles desperately need receiver, they need like 10 receivers right now. That he was saying that they're going to go tackle or center. That was his pick, wasn't it? Cesar Ruiz?
Yeah, that's correct.
I mean, even if it's not, just nod with me, please. Please let me have this one thing. So Eagles taking a wide receiver seems like it's gonna happen, but they got so many good ones in this first round that they could choose from. Why Henry Ruggs? Let's keep going down here and let's see where we got. And someone agrees with you, bro. Someone agrees with you.
Now, I will say this. When things got really rough the other night on Tuesday night, because they were all waiting for Brian's pick for the Titans, okay?
Right.
So this was a very big thing. I was hoping they were going for the cornerback out of Utah, which he didn't even have in his first round, but I think he changed it up and has him back in it. But when you should have seen the comments, someone broke their phone, like they were getting very fired up at Brian in a nice, respectful way, but they did not like the pick. Al was one of the ones that said, "Hey, I could live with it and see it." So there were a few people that agreed with Brian.
Bro.
Ooh, our first Titan signing. Yes, Ryan Tannehill was just on the screen.
Wow,
how about that?
What was he
Tom
doing?
Brady, fuck uniform. Titans getting some love here early on from the network.
What was he doing? Just hanging out with Tom Brady?
Now they had Burrow on the screen with Tom Brady and Ryan Tannehill, and they had somebody else on there. So I don't know if they're saying he kind of fits the mold of Tannehill. I'm not sure, but it was nice to see them actually put a Titan on the screen.
Yeah, bring on the Titans love, people. We got the pick is in on my screen, folks. We all think it's going to be Chase Young, right?
It's Chase Young, without a shadow of a doubt. Now, would you like to see the Titans move all the way up to 2 to take Chase Young?
Here's the thing is that with all the tackles that are being taken, there's a chance the Titans could move up just a smidge, and go get Levon Chason. What do you think about that?
Well, Brian had him mocked in November to the Titans at like 15, 16. So, I mean,
they would have to move up a little, but I just saw
that was in November. Yeah, you're right.
I saw in the mock draft that you and Brian were in on Tuesday night lights. I saw that Levon really kind of fell back, but that's because
injury. Yeah,
Brian loves throwing tackles people's way when they don't need a tackle. No, that's just joking, Brian. By the way, folks, Brian might make an appearance on this show, maybe tomorrow's show when we do the same thing on TitanUp Load's channel. By the way, David Castro says the Raiders are not taking a wide receiver in the first round. Bro, what is up with that? I'm sure they
got
are.
2 picks, don't they?
They got the Bears pick.
Yep, and then
So
I think
with 2 picks, David, they're not going to take a single wide receiver.
Can you ask David a question, or I can ask David a question? David, what's going on, man? Are you reading any more into this Raiders Jaguars trade stuff going on with the defensive end Yannick Ngakoue or whatever his name is? Did you hear that one for a first round pick?
You pronounced it great. Yannick, so obviously doesn't want to play for the Jaguars.
Nope.
And there's a scenario where the Raiders are going to give up a first round pick for Ngakoue.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
It's got to be that, and it's got to be that, and some more stuff. Maybe a 3 or something.
Well, the question is, like, they didn't pay Mac when they had him, so why are they going after this guy and then going to pay him a big money? I don't get that, but maybe your guy on here can help us out with that. If he's a Raiders fan.
Tell us what's going. Give us the lowdown, David. We know you probably know a lot more about what's going on with the Raiders than we do, and this guy probably does too. Aaron, what's up, brother? Aaron Vasquez, another good friend of mine, and a part of this Raider Nation that's out here in the Los Angeles area. Let's see what David has to say.
12 and 19.
We didn't pay Mac. We're not paying him. Wow, dude. Yeah, and Ngakoue probably wants to get paid, and obviously just doesn't want to be with the Jags. Jags have a lot of trade capital right now, and just like you said, the comparison was made, Ryan Tannehill and Joe Burrow. So
yeah, thanks, John.
Recognition and athleticism. Thanks, John. Appreciate it, brother. And there's Joe Burrow, and looks like they got the live stream going great in his apartment or his house.
My son had a good question. This may not be good for the first couple picks because it's obvious, but later on down the draft with draft hats, do you think each guy has all 32 teams at their, where they can just grab one? Well, what do you think about that in this situation?
Someone in the higher ups had to sit around and say, we're going to give cameras to these, 15 guys, and
yeah,
that's probably, they probably, just by the looks of it, Chase Young, pick is in.
There it is. Chase Young is the guy. He just went. Darn it. I was hoping the Titans were going to get him.
Go get him, Chase. And then Detroit is next. By the way, speaking of Detroit, and you'll remind me what we just said. Do you think Detroit will trade with Miami? We have something to watch here, don't we, folks? Thanks, our good English friend, or maybe you're just in England. Whatever. Our friend who is in England now brings up a good point. We have Chargers and Dolphins who are very much quarterback needy. Any talk that who are the Chargers? Who do they got right now? Tyrod Taylor. Any talk that he's the guy right now? That's hooey and applesauce, folks.
Well, I heard following on Twitter over the last 24 hours that this was pretty much a done deal for Miami and Detroit, where they've already kind of agreed to swap picks. Now, maybe it was depending on who was available. Maybe if Young would have slipped out of there, maybe Miami wanted to move up to 3 to grab him. Maybe it's a quarterback. A lot of people are linking it to Tua, or maybe Herbert. It just kind of depends.
Right. So yeah, we had these two quarterbacks that these two quarterback needs or teams are going for, but fun stuff to watch here, and it's got to be a done deal by now, right? I mean, these guys have nothing to do but sit home and talk on the phone. By the way, Andre Bunting, just real quick, don't forget what you're going to say. How can I watch online? Download the NFL app. I'm streaming it live. It's free. Go for it. What were you going to say, sir?
Okay, I got something, and maybe we'll be it's going to be a long night, and anything I come across that I think is valuable information, I know you would do the same. But Blake Bedingfield, okay, he used to be the former head scout for the Titans. When J-Rob kind of got brought in, they actually thought Blake would have been there was a lot of reports that they were going to hire within, and Blake would have been the new GM. And then J-Rob, maybe conflict of interest, got rid of him, supposedly, I think. But some of you listen to him on 104.5 The Zone. He's on the midday 180 with PK and them all the time. But he made a good point here. And he said this like 7 hours ago, but it does make sense for this kind of draft. I have a feeling the first round will be more of a need-based picks even before. So some good players could be continuing to fall down the draft board. And to be honest, Nick, when I looked at Brian's picks yesterday or Tuesday, Daniel Jeremiah came out with his top 150. A lot of his picks from 20 to 30 in that range were in Daniel Jeremiah's like 100 range, right? I think there were a few in there. So I guess, the needs pick is an interesting way to look at this. And maybe the Titans will find themselves in a position too good to pass up. But let's just hope it's not a guy that they fell in love with, like a quarterback.
Yeah. Because
I'm not sure that's going to help us this year.
Quarterback, absolutely not going to help us this year. There's if Tannehill's gone, then we're sunk. Period. So let's just make sure we let him do as much play action and hand the ball off as possible. Keep that guy healthy. Maybe that's another part of the formula for Tannehill's success is making sure we continue to run the ball. Don't let him take any big hits because, he's been a fragile guy in the past. But like you say, what's going to help us right now can't be a quarterback for sure because Ryan Tannehill's a dude. And just to answer the inquiry from before, Detroit is still on the clock, I see. Just to answer the inquiry from before, David thinks that they're going to find a gem of a wide receiver in the later rounds. Just one wide receiver in the later rounds? I'm thinking maybe obviously the Raiders are great at the tight end position. They might have too many tight ends. They might need to trade somebody away. But finding some great wide receivers in the later rounds, better said than done. Obviously, Tyreek Hill, is he a 5th rounder, I want to say? I feel like either 3, 4, or 5 Tyreek Hill, but obviously
he had all the stuff with his pregnant girlfriend, right? I mean, he had all that going on, so I think that's kind of why he fell more than maybe just his talent.
Well, let's hope that the Raiders aren't the Raiders organization is not targeting people with some character.
The Lions pick, Nick.
Let's see it. What do we got here, folks?
Cornerback.
It's got to be Jeff Okudah, right?
Yeah, it's Okudah. Brian is 3 for 3, by the way.
Dang. I was hoping you might have a list. Do you have a list?
I don't, but I have a good memory. So just to let you know, he did pick the offensive tackle from Iowa next for the Giants. So we'll see.
Okay. Very good.
He is 3 for 3.
Detroit picked, and we're thinking it's going to be look at Matt Patricia. And how's that guy still got a job? Shout out from my friend Irving, who's a big Cowboys fan. What's going on, man? What are the Cowboys going to do? Let us know. So Detroit picked, and I'm seeing this live. The selection is Oh, it is Jeff Okuda. They get the cornerback, and that's going to be great for them. Pretty easy selection there. And now Brian is 3 of 3. Great stuff. Mark, I can't hear you. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, we're good.
There you are. Go. And Sin City Titan thinking Isaiah Simmons is going next, or do you think Jeffrey Simmons is somehow going to get selected again?
Hey, I got a phone call. I'm gonna have to take this, and I'll be right back.
All right, folks, it's just you and me now. TitanUp Load is off, and we are watching the New York Giants to see what the New York Giants are going to do. By the way, we that was Mark's daughter. By the way, while we're kind of waiting around, what's your favorite draft story? You got a fun draft story? You ever seen that movie Draft Day? I've never seen it actually. So, what's your favorite draft story? And if you don't have any good stories, which team do you think most likely is going to blow it in the 2020 NFL draft? Which team do you think is going to blow it? By the way, if you're in the house, I see we have 29 people. That's awesome. Be sure to leave a like on the video. I think we're at about 17 or so likes right now, which is awesome. But let's get up to 20, 25 even. So there's 28 of you right now. So let's get some more likes on the video. That way, more people can see it. But which team do you think is most likely to blow this draft? Who's gonna blow it? My thinking is probably the Texans, because I don't know what's going on with Bill O'Brien these days. Guys kind of making some iffy picks. I say kind of. Everything Bill O'Brien does is to me, what on earth are you doing? So what on earth is going on with the Texans? They could blow the draft. Who do you guys think is going to be blowing the draft this year? And Sin City Titans think Simmons is going number 4. The hybrid linebacker safety, that would be great for any team, but great for the Giants, who need defensive help big time, obviously. Who do you think is going to blow it? Could be the Raiders. We got a couple of Raiders fans in the house. What do you guys think? DeMario Patterson is saying the Jacksonville Jaguars will blow it. Man, they got so much draft capital. How could they blow it? I guess if they were to, I don't know, anything the Jacksonville Jaguars do right now is not good because of they're not moved on from their head coach GM situation. So we got some Jaguars haters in the audience here, Mark, and they go by the name of DeMario.
I thought UCF Jaguar was in the house. No.
Oh man, I wish that dude was. Mad respect for you, brother. He's probably got his own live stream. If there's a Jaguars fan in the house and you don't know UCF Jaguar, this dude's covering all Jaguars stuff. This guy's got it all Jaguars related. By the way, Alpier says that J-Rob wants some advice. If you had any advice for J-Rob tonight, what would it be, sir?
I think he thinks I was on the phone with J-Rob.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. But no, a family member of mine thinks their Apple account got hacked, so they weren't sure. But I think it was one of those fake emails that they want you to click on and do all this stuff. So I just told her to delete it.
I had that entire conversation with my mother-in-law this week.
Oh, it was my mother-in-law too. So how awesome is that? So
yeah. Man, that's great. But we'll go with the advice. What advice would you give to? What advice would you give?
Don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. A 4th round pick is not worth drafting a guy in the 2nd round who is going to be a 5th corner for you when you could have had a possible number 2 corner at the end of the draft, right? I'm not going to say a number 1 yet. We don't even know what Adoree Jackson's. Is he going to be a 1 eventually? We hope, but you get my point. We have enough of those guys at 5 right now. We need a guy to fill 3 or 4.
Yep.
And if you can take him in the 1st round, you need to take that player.
I hear you, man. I hear you. Yeah. I mean, obviously our last year's Like, what do we think? Last year's team's better 2019 going into 2019, or this team's better going into 2020, right? And going into 2019, they decide, let's draft for the future. Let's get Jeffrey Simmons, right?
Yeah.
If this team is better than that team, why wouldn't they also be going, let's get best player available. Let's just take who comes to us, and that player is going to contribute on this already great team.
Do you think we're better? I think that's a good question, and I think that's
that is a good question.
You know, like I think you can go either way with that.
There's so many departures, right?
Exactly. I mean, you lost Tajay Sharp, which was your 4, and yeah, you can find. I just hope it's not Cam Batson, but like he left for $1 million to go play at the Vikings, who he thinks he's going to get a 2 or 3, which I know that's not going to happen either. Jarrell Casey, we know. People thought he was declining, probably a little bit, but still, Pro Football Focus thought he was in that 70 to 74, and that's not terrible. Yep. And you got rid of him for a 7th-round pick. You haven't replaced him yet, unless you're counting Simmons. But now you need to replace a guy that you had for Simmons. So still got a lot of holes on this team. I think we can get there. We can be better. Tannehill was a huge get for us. I mean, he had a tremendous year. But going into the season now, like you said, from last year, I don't know if you can answer that 100% correctly right now.
So I agree with you completely. It's hard to say. It could be that we're a worse team going into 2020. This draft will change everything because we'll see, you know, if we get some good valuable picks. But like I was starting out this live stream with asking was, are we going quality or are we going quantity? So it's hard to say right now. I don't know if you guys could tell. It is super hot in my apartment. It finally turned into California out here this week, and it's hot right now. So I'm sweating.
You're at Nissan Stadium, man.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, you know, what do you guys think? The sun is crazy out here at Nissan Stadium. So
you got some good seats, man.
I got some great. Oh man, check it out.
I would think based on where you're at, I'm gonna guess you are 328, roughly right around there. 328.
All right, season ticket holder trying to rub it in everyone else's face. Get out.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Rubbing it in everybody's face. By the way, guys, this is gonna be a long live stream. Hopefully, my cats will make an appearance. And hold on, the wife is now talking to me. What's going on? Can you guys see her?
Nope. Is she one of the fans in the stadium?
This is as far as they can see. So
I thought your phone was set up.
Oh no phone. The phone is just showing up, showing me what's going on with the draft. So my cats will make an appearance. Mark thinks it's the silliest thing in the world that I have 2 cats. He's allergic to cats. I'm sorry. Was that personal information?
Yeah, I'm gonna sue you now, Nick.
She said something. I'll see you in court right after this live stream's over.
Titans court.
Yeah, right. The Giants pick is in. We're at 21 likes right now, which is great.
The offensive tackle. Oh,
they got to go. A Joe. Oh, I looked at that. It said Joe Judge. I was like, who's Joe Judge? That's their new head coach.
Wow. Andrew Thomas, offensive tackle, Georgia. Brian's wrong.
Brian, he said
guy from Iowa.
He said Wirfs. Was it Wirfs? Man, we got some weird names this draft.
Yeah, there's some interesting names. Does that pick surprise you though? Real quick.
I'm gonna go ahead and say the fact that they went offensive tackle to surround their new quarterback. No.
Okay.
I don't know a ton about all these tackles, so I'm gonna say it's a great pick. I'd say that with the Giants, it makes sense that their young quarterback needs to stay upright, but Giants defense is a mess. They really could use a defender there. However, there's more rounds. I'm sure they're going to attack defense in the draft. And next is going to be Miami. This is going to be a huge thing. But I don't know. But why do you ask if it's surprising to you, sir?
Well, when you see offensive linemen go usually early on, you always wonder, like, the electric players, they typically get more. Obviously they're not going to pick a quarterback here, but they got Saquon. Probably could have used a receiver. They could have used a stud on defense, but they do need to protect their quarterback. So I get it, but I just didn't know if you thought maybe they were going to go a different direction.
I'm thinking, the Giants, they have a lot of holes. I don't know that there's too many mistakes that they could make at 4 overall. If they had drafted running back, I would have thought they had lost their minds.
Yeah.
So Sin City Titans Sin City Titan is coming in saying that this is his pick, that Isaiah Simmons was going to be there. This is crazy now. And who said they're in someone said that they're in Panther country? Wasn't Sin City Titan, because you're in Sin City. But yeah, might slip all the way back there. And we got Brian's first mistake so far.
He was pretty excited. I just read his last tweet, and Brian, he really loved the Lions pick. So that's the latest I've seen from Brian or heard from Brian.
Get that good cornerback, man. You got to be able to stop these receivers from catching the ball in this league.
Corey Curtis just tweeted out that there seems to be a big demand now for the guy Brian thought, the Wirfs guy from Iowa. So look for some trades possibly to happen here in the next couple picks for teams desperately needing a tackle to move up to grab one. Who would have thought, right? We're going to trade up to grab tackles now. Usually it's the quarterback position, but that's an interesting comment from Corey Curtis.
When there's so many tackle needy teams, I guess that's what happens, right?
Yeah, but that's good for the Titans, right?
We've seen, and that's great for the Titans. We've seen the Titans trade up to go get a tackle. I think, did they trade up to get Jack Conklin, or was it?
Yeah, they gave up one of their 2s to move up from 15 to, I think it was 8.
It was 8
because the Giants wanted him apparently, and they were drafting 10 or 11. So it's too bad they had to give up, because guess who came in those rounds? I believe, wasn't that Derrick Henry? That's where we took Kevin Dodd. That's also where we took Austin Johnson. But there were a couple other great picks.
Oh yeah,
including the wide receiver from the Saints that we could have had too. So wow.
What's that dude's name?
The
one that just set the record, right?
Yeah, he's awesome.
Fantastic.
My mind's just.
We still got Derrick Henry. It's okay.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's Tua watch has begun. We could definitely see Tua in Miami and Sin City Titan. There are a lot of tackles in this draft. So many good ones, and so many tackle needy teams. So we'll see what happens next. Are we in a commercial break? No, we're just kind of covering the Dolphins. I think whatever you're seeing right now, Mark, is
a little further than you.
A little further than me. So feel free to kind of announce things as they're happening. Michael Thomas, thank you, Zach. Man,
and James got it too. Thomas, I think.
Oh, Thomas
right
Thomas was number 13 in the draft. No, I think he was a second or third rounder, right?
Second round pick, I thought.
Thomas 13. Maybe that was.
Is that his number?
Is he number 13? Maybe. Anyway, Michael Thomas. Very good. And we got T-Town Brown. What's going on? Hey, nice name, by the way.
I like that. T-Town Brown, the biggest man in the whole town.
My name's Nicholas Brown. So, sometimes we call me Downtown Brown. I've heard it all. But T-Town Brown's good. I don't live in T-Town. I live in Pasadena. So I'm P-Town Brown. Anyway, his number is 13. Thank you, James. You're doing great. So we're seeing the GM for the Dolphins, and the pick is not in yet. What is going on here, man?
Are they taking Tua?
Oh, pick is in.
Tua or Herbert? Which one is it?
You announce it first, because I think you're seeing everything happen before I am. So
my son says he thinks it's going to be Herbert, but he also says he has no idea who that is.
Oh my, Houston! So. Hilarious.
But that's what we're looking at here. Brian just spoke about the situation at 4. Brian states he is a bit surprised with the pick, and he thought Wirfs was rated higher. So he thought Thomas was viewed as a plug in and play guy, and the Giants needed help along the O-line. He understands it, but he doesn't like the pick. So
doesn't like the pick. Man, I'm drinking out of a mason jar tonight, folks. Are we going to see this pick?
I don't know.
Did Brian said Herbert, right?
Yeah, Brian did say Herbert
over Miami.
Tua. The problem with Tua has been the medical. Because of this COVID thing, they're not getting in here. Here we go. Here comes the pick. There he went. Tua. Tua is your guy. Tua is your guy.
Miami. This is crazy, folks.
Wow.
Miami. So, was there a conversation between the Chargers and the Dolphins? Like, hey, who do you want?
Man, I thought this might have been something where this drags out all night. And now that he went, it kind of takes a lot of the suspense out of the draft. I think the only thing now I'm really worried about is where the Titans are picking.
Man, you are TitanUp Load for a reason. You know what I'm saying? You are TitanUp Load for a reason. So we're going to break down Tua a little bit, but before we do, let me give let's start a little bit of trivia, okay? And this one is a question for the fans, and Mark, you can try to do it too. This will be some fun. They'll probably have a commercial break here in a little bit. That's when we can dive into this. And so if you're watching the comment section, be warned, you might see the answer before you were ready. But here's my first trivia question of the night, folks. This is a good one. Since Steve McNair was drafted in 95, how many quarterbacks have been drafted by the Titans/Oilers? So first person to get it right, you get a big thumbs up. Since Steve McNair was drafted in 95, how many quarterbacks have been drafted by Titans Oilers? I already have the answer. It's right here. And so I can't participate. I wish I could, but I made up all the trivia questions. What the heck, That's what happens when you're the host. So that's the trivia question as we continue to look, and I'm already starting to see a few responses here. There's been a few quarterbacks. Can you just let's see? It's this guy. So
hey, James asked earlier, is there prizes involved in this? Do you want me to start keeping track? Do you want me to write it down? Who gets what?
You get a thumbs up. Let's see. Hold on. I need to check my notes to see what the answer was before I start looking at everyone's. Yeah, that's the answer. Okay.
So if you're going and you're thinking, okay, well, you got Falk, you got Rusty Smith, you got Mettenberger. I'm trying to think of the guys maybe in the later rounds that people don't really put two and two together. Are there any later round guys did we draft Volek at some point?
Billy Volek, was he drafted? Good question, man. You're asking all the right questions.
So then you get into the guys. Okay, your first rounders: Locker, Mariota. So we're at 5 already.
You're already at 5, man.
Vince Young. So we're at 6.
So you keep doing what you're doing. I'm just gonna look. We got people
Good
saying
question.
We got our friend from England is saying 4. We got a couple
6
people
right
saying,
now.
a couple people saying 8, 9, 5, 7, 6. Guess how many? You know what? For comparison's sake, we should have looked up how many quarterbacks have the Colts drafted.
1.
Right. Thanks so much. We might be having an appearance from El Gato. Let's hope the cat doesn't destroy it. I mean, yeah, the cat could hit a button and he could end the broadcast. Hey, this is Kylo, and look at this dude. He's making his appearance.
Cat night at Nissan Stadium.
Oh, yeah. Remember the cat on Monday Night Football, Giants, yeah. Cowboys?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for showing him. All right. So
can I give a quick story? Because you're talking about cats here. So I had a friend in high school who may be watching at some point, Mike. Cool dude. He went to the Marines. A lot of respect for that dude. Well, anyways, I was driving around with him in high school, and you know how they say the black cat, if it crosses you, it's bad luck, correct? Yeah,
That's right.
So anyways, so we're stopped, and the cat, you see this cat come out of nowhere, and the cat starts going across the truck. He literally slams on the brakes, gets out of the truck, runs to grab the cat, picks the cat up, takes the cat to the other side so he would not get bad luck. I mean, that's dedication to try to beat that. So yeah, that reminds me of that.
Who did this?
My friend Mike did.
Oh, Mike, come on. Goodness, Mike needs to take a chill pill. You know what I'm saying? We got Chargers on the clock right now, folks. And the pick is not in on my end yet, but I'm sure they're going to be. I mean, they could roll with Tyrod Taylor. No, that makes no sense. So at this point, Draft Brian said, by the way, we're going to get the answer to this question in just a second, folks. I already know who the winner is, and well done, you. But by the way, Draft Brian said that it was going to be Herbert and then Tua, right?
Yep. One of Herbert's slides now. So that'll be the question.
It'd be interesting to see the Chargers go ahead and take him.
Yeah.
And maybe there was some sort of understanding between these two organizations that, these guys wanted this, those guys wanted that. Sin City Titans says Herbert to the Chargers. So before we see this,
did we draft Alex Taney? He's from Monmouth, Illinois. He's about an hour and a half from me. Not sure if you drafted him.
Hilarious. So just to review the comments here, we got Jake Locker. We got Lil Woodale thinks it's like 11. We got 6. We got 6. We got 4. We got 8. We got 8. We got 9. We got 8. 5. 5 question mark from Zach.
It's more than 5.
So, folks, let me count it out for you because I have my notes right here. Okay, and I'll get back to the question. Yes. Since Steve McNair was drafted in 95, how many quarterbacks have been drafted by the Titans Oilers? So the question, your answer might change depending on, if you're counting Steve or not. But let's say, let's do this without Steve. Without Steve, we have, and I have it in order here. Luke Falk was the last one. Mark, can you do the next one?
Who was drafted?
Yeah. So Luke Falk is the most recent quarterback drafted by the Titans.
Marcus Mariota.
Before that, we have Zach Mettenberger. Before Zach Mettenberger, we have
Jake Locker.
Jake Locker, yeah. Before Jake Locker, we have Rusty Smith.
Got that one.
And who's before Rusty Smith?
Has to be VY, correct?
Has to be VY. It's Vince Young.
So I'm at 6.
So we're at 6.
Did Volek get drafted? That's the question. From Fresno State?
Volek was not drafted.
Oh, okay. So
we have some guy I've never heard of in my whole life.
All right.
Kevin Daft.
What?
Who is Kevin Daft?
I have no idea.
So Kevin Daft. So folks, if you're counting Steve McNair as a part of this, it's 8. But if you're
Herbert just went, by the way.
Justin Herbert's gone, folks.
Run on quarterbacks. This is exactly what you want as Titan fans. You got tackles running now and quarterbacks. Those cornerbacks are falling down the draft.
It's all good news. Good news, because these guys could have taken cornerbacks. They could have taken, defensive linemen. They could have taken edge rushers, all things that the Titans need. So that's awesome for the Chargers. And, that's a nice, shiny new quarterback. That's telling me what they need to fill in the seats, if seats can even be filled in, right?
Yeah.
So counting Steve, you got 8, but not counting Steve, you got 7. So since Steve was drafted, we have 7. And just to take a look here, who said 7 first? Who said 7 first? It looks like it was random number 78. Well done. Random number 78. Hey, what do you think about her?
Is that for Jack Conklin, maybe? 78?
Random number 78. Yeah, let us know. But random number 78, thumbs up. Well done. We'll give you a shout out on the next video that NGB Talk does. We'll give you a shout out tomorrow if we can remember. There's gonna be a lot that goes on between today and tomorrow, but during our live stream tomorrow on this dude's channel. So we'll get more trivia thrown at you guys as we go along. Right now, the Panthers are on the clock, and Sin City Titan might have had it with Isaiah Simmons going to the Panthers here. Makes sense. Does that go along with what Draft Brian said?
I've kind of lost track now. Once Brian lost that one pick, it's not the same. It's like your bracket on March Madness. If you're looking for the perfect bracket and you lose the one matchup early in an 8-9 game, it just doesn't have the same feeling anymore.
So yeah, I hear you. Brian doesn't have the same feeling. You've lost that love and feeling. Anyway. Sin City Titan is making the prediction here now. Simmons to the Panthers. That'd be a great get for them. Obviously, they lost Luke Kuechly. This guy Isaiah Simmons not necessarily a Kuechly replacement. However, does give them a really great dynamic playmaker on defense. By the way, hello all Oilers.
Oh yeah, Oilers truck. What's going on?
What's going on? Good to see you in the house. Don't forget to leave a like. Thanks for being here. Random number 78. You asked, is Alex Tannehill one? But he's Alex Tanney. We picked up Alex Tanney. I think he was drafted somewhere else. What can you say? I'm pretty smart. By the way, that last one that probably threw everyone for a loop. Kevin Daft. Who is this guy? If you have any information on this guy,
is he from?
Let us know. I can look that up. Nope, I can't look that up. Not right now, but I'll look it up later. Kevin Daft was drafted just maybe a year or two, maybe 3 after Steve McNair. Must have not made much of an impression because, those were times where we had, I guess Billy Volek was there. On my end.
Remember Chris Chandler.
This is all way before my time. Anyway, Panthers pick is in. On my end, what do you see in there, sir?
They're at a little dedication thing again for this.
Oh, now I'm seeing it too.
Honoring the Lowells is playing this now, I think. But Sin City Titan says Simmons is going to the Panthers, so I'm not sure. It's not on my Twitter. I don't think they're allowed to do that anymore, but I'm sure it's going to get out there. Somebody made a good point. I don't know in the comment section that said maybe or on Twitter, one of the two. The draft is kind of just no surprises so far. Are you kind of shocked we're at pick 7 and we have no surprises, no trades, nothing?
Maybe the biggest surprise is that everything seems to have gone off without a hitch.
Maybe. Yeah, that's a good point.
A couple times that we stalled out here on the live stream. But yeah, no crazy surprises. Obviously, the quarterbacks have gone kind of where we thought quarterbacks would go. I guess now we're getting into these teams like, the Jaguars, the Raiders, more like maybe they could go wide receiver or they could go cornerback or they could do what Brian thinks everyone's going to do and take a tackle. I am not trying to talk crap about Brian, but I can't help but talk crap about Brian. Brian would come in here and have so many great things to say and knows a lot more about the entire draft than I do. So shout out to Draft Brian.
Oilers struck. Did you see that? And Al, they're actually son and father in the house. So that's
very cool. Hey, my dad was in here earlier. I think he just stopped by to say, hey, if he's still here, I'd be very impressed. But we got father, son in the house. What's going on? Al Pierce has been with us since pretty much the beginning of this live stream. What's going on, Al? And Oilers struck is the son. Very cool. And we need to keep our pick. We don't keep our pick or move up because this guy thinks maybe. No, you think stay put, don't you?
Yeah, you got to take the best available. I'm hoping the cornerback is there. I'm hoping my guy from Utah is there, a fast guy who can play at the line of scrimmage, give Tyreek Hill all sorts of problems to get off the line of scrimmage. It's the kind of guy we need. We don't need a slow corner. We don't need a corner that can barely make a practice squad. I mean, we need a legitimate corner, and we have 2 holes in that secondary right now.
Which you probably know this better than I do, maybe from listening to Brian, or maybe which corner would be the best replacement for Logan Ryan? You fit him right into that slot corner role. Do you know? Because
I don't really know. But usually your slot guy can, there's a lot of talk that I've seen here recently that they want to put Adoree Jackson in that spot.
Interesting.
If that's true, well, then they've given you who they're taking with their first pick. It's got to be a corner. And they think this corner can play the number 2 spot, So that's an interesting thing.
That's interesting. The thing with that is that they could have Amani Hooker, they could have Amani Hooker and Adoree Jackson kind of move in and out of that role. And that would make the defense extremely difficult to read.
Luke from A to Z, when he was on the show, we asked him that question, and I was actually quite surprised with his answer, and it was like an eye-opening thing about, because that's what I thought ultimately a lot of the people in the house, even right now, or people that are not in the house, but that's what they've said. Hooker is a nice guy that you could possibly play in that third role. But his point was he played safety. So for him going from playing safety to corner might be a little more difficult transition than from playing corner to moving to safety. I think that was his point.
That's what I've heard.
Picks in. Here we go.
Who we got?
Goodell's trying to get the Panther fans fired up here.
Oh, yeah. By the way, we have our next trivia question ready to go, but we'll do it while we're waiting for the next team.
Defensive tackle Derek Brown. Derek Brown is off.
Derek Brown.
Yep, Derek Brown is off the board.
This guy was going to go early no matter what. This guy was definitely mocked to be a very high pick. Some people saying maybe like 3rd or 4th overall. But hey, good for the Panthers.
Cardinals are now on the clock. I know some Cardinal fans, they really are hoping to get a wide receiver to pair with their new wide receiver.
Oh, man.
And
hold on. Larry Fitzgerald, DeAndre Hopkins, and you want to put someone like CeeDee Lamb or Jerry Jeudy in there too? Goodness. That would be insane.
You gotta protect them. I don't know how their line situation is.
Man, so Sin City Titan, you gotta stop predicting Simmons to go places because he keeps not going there. I mean, we'll take him,
Yep.
He'll fit in with our great linebacker group for sure. So while we're waiting on our next I'm waiting on the Cardinals, let's look at our next bit of Titans draft trivia. This should be a fun one, and I tease this one for you, Mark. The trivia question is, be the first one in the comment section to answer this question. Which school, could be schools, there could be a tie, has J-Rob drafted from the most? So J-Rob has been drafting for the Tennessee Titans. This is to help you if you're Googling this, you cheaters. The fastest thing would be just to answer. Which schools has he drafted from the most since he took over 2016? And Cardinals might go worse, is what Andre Bunting is saying. So it will be interesting to see this sound you're hearing, guys. This is Mark thinking, what schools has he drafted from? I'm already seeing a couple answers in here. We have Alabama, Michigan, Alabama. I sure love my mom and pa. Middle Tennessee. These are great answers. And Alabama. So what do you think is the school or the schools that John Robinson has drafted from the most? For you thinking that it's Alabama, who are those Alabama picks?
Evans.
I think the other obvious one is Derrick Henry. So that's 2. All right, folks. So I'm going to go ahead and say, yes, that's correct. But there's a tie. There's another school that he's also drafted from a lot. Let's see. It's yeah. Okay. So there's another one out there, folks. Middle Tennessee, I'm afraid it's not it. Michigan is not it. I understand why you would have said Michigan because reasons. But there's another one.
UCLA
is the correct answer. Well done, sir. You get the thumbs up. Also, we had
Are you serious?
UCLA, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, because Jayon Brown.
And
then we had another linebacker, but I didn't know if J-Rob drafted him.
think it might have been Aaron Wallace.
Yeah, Wallace. You're right. He did draft Wallace.
So the first one to say Alabama was Tony Joe, and then Mark was the one to say UCLA. Very good, guys. Hey, you guys are smart. Those are the two that he's drafted from the most, and he's only drafted 2 players. So it's not. There's not much of a trend here, folks, but there's something. There's something. Okay. Tony Joe, way to get it, brother. All right, and the pick is in for the Cardinals, and
there it goes. I'm going offensive tackle. What are you doing? What are you going?
You know what? I'm thinking they might go cornerback.
Okay.
I'm thinking a tackle might make a lot of sense, but
There's
nice.
Simmons. There's Simmons, Sin City Titan.
Dang, I don't know if Sin City Titan actually mocked him to them, but
guess who's on the board now? So here's what happens every year, whether it be Ramsey, whether it be the guy from Kentucky, I think it was even last year, the Jaguars are on the clock, and do they need a tackle? Because if, according to Brian, he could have went 4 with the Giants, does the guy from Iowa go to Jacksonville and they get a steal as usual? What do you think?
it's crazy, man. Jags. Makes sense for the Jags.
Hey, by the way, what time should I be expecting this gift that you're I'm assuming you're sending me a pizza? What time is this pizza supposed to arrive?
The pizza, the oven's warming up right now, man. You got to come. You actually have to come here because I'm making it.
All right.
Gotcha. You have to come over here to Southern California. And so the pick for the Cardinals is Isaiah Simmons, right?
That's correct. And
that'd be great for him. I was saying cornerback. You said tackle. But the fact of the matter is this leaves more tackles to be drafted later on, which is good for the Titans. Maybe. However, if tackles are not being taken, obviously this makes the Titans, if the Titans are for sure set on getting that extra tackle to maybe, kind of learn for a year, this makes it a better pick.
Yeah.
Right. So either way, Isaiah Simmons was going to go early anyway. That's, there's nothing too crazy here. So we still have, how many tackles are there left? There's only been, was it Thomas was taken, right?
Yeah, I think that's the only one, right?
Only one.
Yep. So
how about it?
We'll see. We'll see if they start going off the board. But I'm surprised there's not been any trades. I thought there might be a few.
I know it. I remember it might have been the 2012, maybe 2013 draft. Seems like every other minute there was a trade. It was fun, right?
Yeah.
It started, I think, with the Cowboys trading up to get Morris Claiborne. That was a long, long time ago. What's your favorite draft story, folks? Go ahead and let us know in the comments below. By the way, if you've not liked the video or subscribed to NGB Talk or TitanUp Load, please do. We're at 26 likes on my end, so don't forget to like and subscribe, folks. Thanks for being here.
Al's got a funny comment.
Oh, look at that. They need an offensive tackle to block Clowney.
Great point.
And Minshew's gonna be running all over the place if Clowney, Beasley, and Landry are out there. Oh,
and the pick is in, by the way. So the Jaguars are not trading this pick.
Okay. By the way, that's a great draft story. Do you remember when Harold Landry, I can't say his name now. I guess it's just a curse.
Honor Landry?
Yeah. Remember when Vince Young said Honor Landry?
How do you mess that up?
Like you'd never seen the name Harold before?
You know when Roger Goodell.
Marcus Mariota.
Yeah. Like,
oh, gosh.
Fine, but how do you mess up Landry's name?
Yeah. As a Titans fan, I hear people mispronounce Mariota a million times a day. It's always Mariota.
You're right. But you can really, if you meet someone and they're just talking Titans, you can kind of test them a little bit with how they pronounce Mariota's name, right?
Yeah.
I mean, all you got to do is do Mario and then Mariota. And I know there's some different Mariota, like the ending. I remember Al Michaels.
Mariota.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So, but when they mispronounce his name, you got to get your own players right. And the other players, fine, but get your own guys right.
Yeah, get the guys' names right. And surely this is something you practice for, So good grief. We're going to find some more good trivia. You guys liking the trivia? Let me know if you like it.
I like the trivia.
It's been fun to put it all together. We'll do a trivia the next commercial break. Let me know when the next commercial break, and you and I will do one back and forth. You guys can participate below, but let's do a fun one real quick, okay? Let's do a fun one. First one to comment with the answer, you get a big thumbs up. And if I could right now, I'd give you a high five, but it's not the right season for that. The trivia question is, with Jarrell Casey being traded, how many players on the roster, the current active roster, were drafted by former GM Rustin Webster, and what are their names? So, Mark, don't shout it out. I know you know it. Maybe he doesn't. He doesn't know it yet. Comment below with your answer. And Oilers Struck, it's game time. Says trivia is fun. Thanks, man. So, with Jarrell Casey being gone, makes you sad. Sorry, I had to remind you guys. How many players on roster were drafted by former GM Rustin Webster? We'll have more Rustin Webster trivia, by the way, later on, because I know you guys can't get enough of that. Mark has muted his headphone, and he's talking it over Houston, seeing if Houston can help him out. That's fine. We're good with collaboration. You guys can work together to make this happen. We got
Sin City Titan. I thought Mariota might have been one of the last ones, but I could be wrong.
Sin City Titan says 0, 3, and I don't know. TT.
No. There's one. There's one. There's at least one. And we're all going to be silly for saying, yes, James got it. There's at least one. How could we forget Lawan?
I'm going to go ahead and say there's at least one. Oh, look at that. Oh, man. Our English friend has redeemed himself. Two Titans were drafted by Rustin Webster,
Wow.
Taylor Lewan, and Daquan Jones. How about that? Way to go, our English friend. Let's see. I got to write your name down here. I got to make sure
It's late. What do you think? They're 6 hours ahead of us. My time. So around 2 o'clock there.
It's getting late. But another winner. Well done, Lewan and Jones. By the way, how we looking? The Jaguars pick is in. I'm still seeing commercials.
Man, the Jaguars, they're always in the top of the draft.
Oh, gosh. And I mean, maybe things will turn around with Coughlin being gone. Maybe.
Here we go. Henderson, Florida. That makes sense.
CJ Henderson?
Yep, that makes sense.
Wow. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Jalen Ramsey being gone, trying to get his replacement.
Yep.
By the way, it's 2:23 a.m. over there. Cool, man.
That was right. Nice.
The time that the Chargers and the Titans played in London 2 seasons ago, where the Titans just barely lost. Kind of weird that the Chargers just barely lost to the Titans this season. When that happened, I was here in California, and I started watching that game around 6 a.m. It was a lot of fun to, I don't know, like see something live happening, across the world. It was cool. Anyway, so great answer there, and we have a cornerback taken.
Tony Joe apparently got it right. So good job, Tony.
Hey, I believe him. He's a smart man. Called it the cornerback from Florida. So how many cornerbacks taken so far? Jeff Okuda and CJ Henderson. And I think we probably expected these guys to be gone by about now. So
you got a lot of good wide receivers on the board. You still got your Iowa offensive tackle who seems to be nobody's willing to move up to grab him. So we'll definitely have to keep an eye on that. And then quarterback, is Love the next one to go, would you say?
Quarterback. Love's got to be the next one. And it's got to be something. It's got to be something like the Saints, you know?
Yeah, someone later on in the All right.
So I'm trying to think about the Titans, and I want them to draft a cornerback. I'd love that.
Hey, can I share this real quick? Because I'll forget it.
Sure, please.
So this goes back to DeMario. There were a couple. He shared this thing where basically analytics, it tells you which teams are calling around to these players in what position. And the two big ones for the Titans, which maybe this is a surprise, maybe it's not. One was cornerback, and the other one was wide receiver. So maybe they've kind of made up their mind on Corey Davis a little bit, and maybe they do really draft a wide receiver here. So that I thought that was quite interesting.
Yeah, wide receiver is something I've seen mocked lately a lot to the Titans. Brown's pick is in, by the way. Things are just moving along in the draft tonight. I thought this thing was going to go on way too long, but it's moving along, isn't it?
Browns got to go offensive tackle, don't they?
They got to. They absolutely need. Obviously, they have so many weapons, but no one to protect Mayfield. So it's got to be. Yeah. It's got to be a tackle. So, back to what you were saying. What were you saying? Oh, wide receiver. Wide receiver's an interesting situation. The Titans have invested so much in the receiver position, especially in the draft, but also monetarily and given so much money to Adam Humphries. Hey, welcome to the live stream. Go
First
Titans.
Time on TitanUp Load over here.
First time on TitanUp Load. We're glad to have you. You know what? Draft.
When the Titans draft, all right?
All right, good night. And our Glenmouth Titan is going to go to bed now too, maybe. So we have a Sin City Titan is thinking that Worf is going to go now. Someone like that.
Here we go.
Sure.
Nope. Wills goes from Alabama, the tackle.
Dang, I could actually hear it on your TV. That's great. No, don't even adjust the volume. And I'm not being insincere. That's great. I can hear it. I want you to be able to hear it. So that's cool. We got offensive tackle taken. Back to the receiver thing, and we'll definitely look into this a little bit. That's crazy. Obviously, Corey Davis is on the trading block at that point, in my opinion. Corey Davis is, you trade him, and maybe you get a corner. Maybe you're able to turn. Why not just get a cornerback right now? So. At this point, it's about the receiver being the guy that they wanted Corey Davis to be, and that them seeing, let's use Corey Davis to throw at somebody else. But I don't know. It's hard to say.
I think the problem, some people alluded to this. Some people they see AJ Brown and they just see this superstar, which I agree. He can be. He surprised me. Thought he was going to be good, but Absolutely. He was way better than good. But there are some concerns, and one of your concerns is when you go up against Lattimore and the Saints and you can only get one catch for 5 or 7 yards.
Yeah.
That's a concern, but he's young, so we can live with that. Now, Corey Davis on the other end, he's kind of hit or miss.
Yeah.
Maybe they're kind of just fed up with it and they want to go a different direction, and they kind of made up their point with Conklin a year earlier. Maybe they did the same thing with Corey Davis already.
Yeah, they made the point. The thing that's going on with our receivers is that they tend to disappear.
Yep.
They'll a game will go by and 2-3 games will go by. We won't see our receivers, our star receivers. In the Patriots game, where were our receivers? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then the next game, the Ravens. Obviously, Derrick Henry showed up so big. So, it's kind of like this is a run first team. And last 2 years especially, we've been running through Derrick Henry. But, we need our receivers to show up. They finally did show up against the the Chiefs. So, it's what it is.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But it'll be interesting to see who's on the board. And then I think the most frustrating of this night one for the Titans, is when you are hoping your guy's going to be there and then they're there and then they pick someone totally different or they trade. It's like, oh no,
man.
But
this is going to be an interesting reaction on my part if there's no Titan taken tonight, if we have no one to break down, first thing tomorrow morning. So
yeah,
we'll see. Oh, dang, T-Town Brown. I saw Tanny miss Corey a bit as well, though. I mean,
that's true.
That bridge swings both ways. Corey dropped a few things, but I'd be interested to take a look back and see at what point in time Tannehill missed Corey Davis. Honestly, it's just been a team where catching and receiving, throwing the ball and catching has just not been as big a focus forever, as not near as big a focus as running the ball. So there's that.
And they don't make him a priority. So I give Corey Davis a lot of, he's my favorite. I've said this. I got to meet him. He's a great guy. But they don't make him a focal point. They made him a focal point against the Patriots at Nissan when they went after Gilmore with him. Like, he proved he can do it. They just don't give him a lot of looks. And we've seen this with Derrick Henry too. Like, you can give him 5 or 6 carries a game. Remember that? And then they kind of overlooked him for Deion Lewis.
Oh, yeah.
I know it works both ways. That's a very good point. But again, I think they haven't really made him a focal point.
Sure.
So if another team does, I think we'll finally get to see what Corey Davis can do. But right now, it doesn't look like it's going to be that with the Titans. That's for sure.
I hear you. Okay, so we'll have to see what happens with all this. Let's see. I'm trying to see how much more trivia fun stuff do I have. Oh, you know what? I forgot. I have a bunch of good trivia that you guys are gonna like. I don't have a banner for it though. I'm gonna name a Tennessee Titan. All right, and you're gonna tell me what round he was drafted in. Okay. I'm going to name a Tennessee Titan. You guys tell me what round was he drafted in, okay? First one to comment below and give us the answer. Let us know. First Tennessee Titan, Mark Mariani or Mark Mariani. Mark Mariani, what round was he drafted in?
I'm not going to say the answer, but I have a story when someone does get it right.
Oh, man, I'd love to hear your story. If it has anything to do with Mark, man, what a stud, right? Maybe you don't think he's a stud. Never mind. Let's see. We got first round by Tony Joe. That is, I'm sorry, that's incorrect. Let's see. Undrafted free agent, James. It was not a trick question. He was drafted by the Titans. And we got Zach Carpenter saying he was drafted in the 7th round. This is correct. Mark Mariani, awesome return man. Sometimes showing some skills at receiver, and of course, was eventually gone from the Titans, came back for the 1 year, and now you can check him out on that YouTube show that they put out, the Titans. I forget what it's called, but Titans Blitz. Sometimes he hosts that when Eddie George is out of town or busy. Mark Mariani, 7th round. What's your story, sir? Good job, Zach.
Well, Mariani actually played with Jeff Fisher's son. So did you ask the question where he came from at all? Is that a trivia question? Because I don't want to give that away.
He's from, it wasn't a question, but he's from
Montana. I got that.
Montana.
Yeah. But he played with Fisher's son. And I think Fisher obviously put a lot into that team because he watched his son, and then something caught his eye with Mark. And let's be honest, if Mark doesn't have that brutal injury and that preseason game,
hate it, man.
his career could be totally different. He was never the same guy afterwards.
Yeah.
Never the same.
Got hurt real bad. Got hurt real bad. Let's see. Let's do. Gosh, a Jets pick is in. Let me know if they do it. We'll do one more. So you guys, now you're warmed up. Okay. Eugene Amano. What round? Now this is a throwback. This is early Titans stuff. What round? And this guy was starting center for the Titans for a while. What round was he drafted in? Some of you young kids out here, you don't know who. You never heard about this guy, but what round was he picked? David Castro thinks it's round 1, pick 2. You wouldn't know this guy, man. So I'm gonna go ahead and say that's incorrect. Where did the Jets go? Are they going offensive tackle? Or are they going to get Aaron Donald a receiver? Andre thinks the Jets are going to go Judy. Oh, I can hear it. Oh, they go tackle.
Oh,
they go and get Becton.
Brian's guy continues to fall.
Man.
Now, this is what I'm afraid of. Who's
Brian's guy? Oh, don't say it. Jones?
No, Wilson. The worst guy.
Worst.
From Iowa.
Oh.
So you see a guy falling down the board. Is that J-Rob's guy? And now J-Rob's like, oh my goodness, I might have a chance at this guy. And then that's the thing I'm afraid of. Especially for a guy who's not necessarily going to make a difference this year. So we'll have to see what happens. Becton's the one that got picked. So, Mark, do you know the answer to Eugene Amano when he was drafted? If I was going to guess, I would say the 5th round, but I don't know the answer to this.
5th is what your answer is, and that's the latest anyone else has said. Everyone so far is incorrect about this. Not saying that I knew it off the top of my head, but this may surprise you guys. Eugene Amano drafted in the 7th round.
Wow.
Guy falls all the way back. Probably at some point in time he's thinking, I'm not even going to get drafted. I won't even play. Who knows what he was thinking. But the dude, I guess he was Samoan or from Hawaii or something like that, has that great, lineman blood in him, right? He's drafted in the 7th round. That was a long time ago. So anyway, that's fun to do. I got some more ones like that we'll go with. Mark, if you don't mind, sir, I'm gonna go take a break. Be back in just a second. J-Rob might be giving me a call right now, so I might need to talk to him. Okay.
There you go.
Okay. I'll be right back, folks.
All righty. So I guess I'll carry it here until you get back. I wonder who the Titans are playing in that picture. That should be a trivia question. It'd be a good one. So welcome, you guys. Glad to have you a part of this. We are almost 2 hours into this, and it's flying by. And the Raiders are on the clock, I think, right? The Raiders and the Jets just drafted a tackle. So we'll have to see. I'm not sure how you guys are feeling in the house about where you are, who you want the Titans to pick. I still think it's too early right now. I think once we get into the 20s and we can start thinking about our guy. Oh my goodness, they're showing Becton pushing a truck. Wow. So, but like I said, it's an exciting time. How's the draft experience going for you? If you want to leave a comment, we'll definitely put that on the screen until Nick gets back. But yeah, are you guys liking the draft, or is it the same thing for you? Is it a little bit boring because there's not as many trades? But yeah, how you liking the presentation? That's not sure how I really feel about that right now. I think it's kind of cool they're using a little mix between NFL Network and ESPN. But at the same time, man, I kind of like the old draft. So I'm not really into this whole virtual draft right now. What do you think?
What are we talking about, brother?
Are you eating pizza, by the way?
Not yet. I wish I was.
Oh, okay. So you like a little snack or what?
Grabbed a little bite to eat, said hello to the wife, and everything's good with J-Rob.
Yeah. I was just asking them how they're liking this whole experience compared to how it used to be Are they liking it, not liking it? What do they kind of feel? How
The
this
draft. The draft.
the virtual draft.
Oh, the draft. Go. Hey, not experiencing too much of all of it, but looks okay. You know,
I don't know what Gruden is doing right now. I actually thought that was like a wax statue of him, and he moved, so it's obviously real. That is interesting.
Tell him no offense. Live NGB. I don't know what that's
Yeah,
about.
I know. I was filling in. I was like a substitute.
Oh, you got to go talk to J Rob a second ago. Talk to him too. And by the way, if you're in the house and you haven't given the video a like, be sure to do that. We got a bunch of likes already on it, so thanks so much for that, guys. You know, it helps out with the YouTube algorithm and everything. Make sure more Titans fans. Make sure that more Titans fans see this. What's going on, Michael? What's up, NGB and TitanUp? It's been a while.
Hey, Michael, what's going on, man?
It's been a while since we've done this. He and I did something a couple weeks ago on his channel, and it was a lot of fun. And yeah, man, it's been too long. But guess what? We're doing this all again tomorrow, 5:50. It's gonna be great. So looking forward to all
just
that.
went to the Raiders.
The pick is in?
Yep. Ruggs went to the Raiders. Where's your Raider?
You know what? How about that? Yeah, where are my Raiders friends?
Marcus Mariota.
Where they at?
Henry Ruggs next
There
year.
you go. Mariota to Ruggs. Is that the first wide receiver taken?
I think so.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, my David was saying that they're going to get a gym in the later rounds.
Okay.
Man, you got this much. I know, right? Andre Bunting, Ruggs' first wide receiver taken. A lot of people were thinking that it was going to be CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll come off board pretty quick. Here you got
now that
Tampa, Denver.
Once the one receiver goes,
Yep.
Then boom, 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 boom. Just like last year with tackles in the draft.
Yeah. Or the year when we took Corey Davis at 5, you remember? Bengals took
right.
What's his name? The fast
John
guy. Ross at 9, and then the Chargers, didn't they take him at 7? I thought they took Williams at 7.
I can't remember. But yeah, those guys haven't been as effective as everyone's wanted them to be. So we'll hope that Ruggs does better. I think my Eagles friend was hoping that Henry Ruggs goes to the Eagles. So what's plan B for the Eagles, my friend Adam? Raiders picked the wide receiver. Next, we got the Niners, and Niners have 2, don't they? Yeah, they have 2. This one's from the Colts. So no trades going on so far, man. What a bummer.
Man.
And it seemed like all that talk about like the Jags making the move seemed like it was going to be. Seems like something was going to happen, but it didn't. That's okay. No big deal.
It's probably one of the most, and I'm not talking about the circumstances because I understand this is not what anybody wanted to do. We don't want to stay at home. We don't, you know what I mean? We wish things were different. But as far as if I was watching the draft and it was live in Vegas this year, me watching it on TV, this is by far one of the most boringest drafts I've seen. Would you agree with that? I mean, there's no surprises. There's nothing. There's no build up here. Maybe we'll make the first trade. Who knows?
You trying to jinx us?
What'd you think if they just popped up at 15 for like Denver or something?
Oh man, who would they be taking
for the Iowa tackle?
Oh jeez,
man.
Please no. So let's get some more trivia in here, folks, while there's a kind of a dull moment. This one should be fun. And I got some great throwbacks here. Okay. So I'm going to name the player and you guys tell me what school he came from. So these are Tennessee Titans. They were drafted. And the question is, what school did they come from? Speaking of wide receivers that don't quite pan out, Tyrone Calico.
Yes.
Be the first in the comments section to tell us what school did Tyrone Calico come from?
I won't say it.
You won't say. Do you know it?
I do know it.
He does know it. I didn't know it. When I was just doing the research, I thought, oh, that's crazy. That's cool.
Like a massive 40 time. His 40 time was like unbelievable.
Well, did they even measure back then? You know what I'm saying? Oh, look at that. What?
He got hurt, and that's obviously what set him back. He was probably going to be a decent receiver. I would say he's like going to be super great, but he was going to be decent. And I felt bad for him. He got really set back big time. I think we got a winner in the house here.
We do have a winner in the house. Also, in a minute, we're going to have Draft Brian is going to join us.
We got to ask him about the Iowa guy.
Yeah, right. So the question is Tyrone Calico. For all you young kiddos out there, Tyrone Calico, I remember seeing him I went to a preseason game, and I remember him, just having all this hype around him and not quite doing it. Tyrone Calico, receiver way, way back in the day. And Michael gets it right in MTSU, where I actually went for 2 years, where this guy, not Mark? No, he didn't go to school there. Kevin Byard went to MTSU, and Tyrone Calico did too. So how about that, folks? We had some other great guesses, Memphis, UCLA, and Michael says, I went to school there. I went to school there too, but I didn't know about Tyrone Calico.
Blue Raiders, right?
I went to Blue Raiders. Go Blue Raiders. I actually went to school there when Kevin Byard was there. So, hey, without any further ado, we're going to try and add Draft Brian to the show here, folks. This should be a lot of fun to have three of us all doing this together. Brian, I don't know if you can hear me yet, sir. Are you ready to go? I got the thumbs up from him, so here we are. What's going on, Brian?
The hour.
How's it going?
Oh, man, we're having a good time. A pleasure having you aboard, sir. I've already plugged your show, but you know what? Go ahead and plug it again for us, sir. When are you going live tonight?
The rough estimate is about 10 o'clock. I don't know if that'll be at the end of the draft, if it'll be during the draft, but we're going to go about 10 o'clock, just recapping it myself, a few other writers from NFLDraftGeek.com, so it should be a lot of fun.
Should be a lot of fun. Well, we're happy to have you. Stay as long as you want, man. Make it as short and sweet as you want. No worries. It's it's a long draft process, but we were worried that it was going to be a really, really long one with all the technical difficulties that could exist. But it's been fine, right? Been okay.
Yeah, I'm shocked there hasn't been a trade yet.
Just happened.
See, it's on behind me.
And I only know because Al. And then I looked at the screen, so Al gets the shout out there. But the Bucks traded up.
Traded up. So
Brady.
I think this might be Tristan Wirfs.
There's your guy.
That was the guy that I had the Bucks trading up in my final mock item, moving up to 9 or 10 to get Andrew Thomas. He obviously went number 4 overall. So Tristan Wirfs is a guy that he was my second rated tackle. I had Wirfs and then Wills. So I think, the Patriots, they have to protect Tom Brady, and you got Donovan Smith, who has some issues over on the left-hand side. They need someone on that right tackle. I thought maybe they could get an Andrew Thomas and move Donovan Smith over so Wirfs can kind of come in, plug and play right tackle. I think he can have a lot of success there.
Very cool. Hey, bring it on. So we'll see if this happens in just a minute, right? Obviously, they want to get Brady as much protection as possible. When anyone gets the details on the trade, let us know. I'm not seeing any of the details yet. But get him, Brian. Get him, Brian. Get involved. Yeah, we're cheering you on, brother. I guess it makes sense. We were thinking the Jaguars would trade. They obviously have a lot of draft capital, and the 49ers sitting here with this extra first rounder, they could make the trade too.
Yeah, I thought.
Ooh. Hey, dog, what's going on?
Dogs and cats.
We already had my cat on the show, so if we got to bring the dog on too, bring it on.
Hey, I want to say this really quick. His setup, he's got an awesome setup. Look at that. 3 TV, probably got another one. Man, that would be a perfect place to watch NFL.
Sorry
Sunday.
about that.
Hey, no worries.
I'm hanging out in the garage, so.
Dude, your setup's awesome. You never told me you had that setup.
Yes.
How many TVs you got?
There's 3 in there, so.
Okay.
I had to really kick it up. I would have the garage door shut, but it's a little too warm in here. I haven't got the ceiling fan installed yet.
Look at Bruce Arians sitting back in his chair. Sorry. Speaking of setups, look at Bruce Arians' setup. Sorry, that's what I'm seeing live. I'm a little bit behind you. But yeah, that looks awesome, Brian. But did you see my setup?
He is at the stadium.
I mean, you got a press box view.
That's how I do it. Actually, Mark knew exactly where I was.
I think it's somewhere around there.
And here's a good question. Andre wants to know why even trade up? 49ers weren't going to take him. So why did the Bucs need to move up at this point? Who is coming up next that might have taken
because they took an offensive tackle. Did they take him yet?
I don't Mark has
not yet. It's coming right now.
Well, because if it's Tristan Wirfs,
it's gonna be.
If it's Tristan Wirfs, you got 4 elite tackles in this class, and after that, I mean, I like guys like Ezra Cleveland and Josh Jones in them, but there is a significant drop off, and usually when you get a guy that you want, you go up and you get him, and so Andrew Wirfs or Tristan Wirfs is the last guy. Go get him. Don't worry. Don't wait if another team trades ahead of you. So that's why it gets done, I think.
Yep, that's who they took.
There we go.
Man.
I need a TV in front of me too, so I don't have to turn around.
Go for it. Nick.
Hold on. They're saying he's got a war room up in here. Brian's got it going on.
It's really good for college football Saturdays.
Who needs that one? Who needs that one dude on ESPN when we got Brian? Michael says.
There we go.
A close up to LFG. Huh. I wonder what that means. That's on TV right now. I wonder if it means something different than what I'm thinking.
LFG?
Yeah.
Well, I can think of what that might mean, but it's not.
I mean, I'm just wondering, yeah. Maybe it's got some different meaning. I don't know.
So Wirfs gets taken. Tony Joe's trying to say there's another trade somehow.
Well, there's 2 receivers that are available, Jerry Jeudy and CeeDee Lamb. I think CeeDee Lamb is a guy that both those guys were my 2 top rated wide receivers. And I think I posted this. I've been posting my grades on Twitter as they go. And I said, when Ruggs was taken, I get why they wanted to take him. They wanted a playmaker. John Gruden doesn't have a playmaker on that offense, so they went and got Ruggs. Lamb and Jeudy are 2 guys that I think have number 1 capabilities. I just so maybe a team that wants to, keep an eye on the Eagles. The Eagles have been rumored to trade up and get CeeDee Lamb, and that's a possibility.
I believe it.
They just showed Wirfs jumping out of a pool. Literally jumping out of a pool, like standing in the pool and jumping out of it. How is that even possible? But they just showed it on TV.
Amazing.
You can't do that?
No. Not even maybe in the kiddie pool.
I can't even jump over a piece of paper.
Coach Blaze is in the house. What's up, Coach?
Coach Blaze, what's going on? Stopping by to hit that thumbs up. Thanks, dude. By the way, this is how far behind I am with you guys. I'm just now seeing LFG. I'll let you know when I see him jump out of the pool.
Watch the pool, Nick, and let me know.
Okay, I'm gonna do it.
Brian, is there anything that shocked you? That's the big question I had, other than no trades at the time you came on, but any of those early picks that shocked you in particular?
Brian.
I'm here. Sorry.
Surprise you? No, you're good.
No. I think Ruggs maybe going first, surprised me a little bit, but I'm not totally surprised by that. Andrew Thomas maybe going fourth, but we kind of had heard about that.
How did he jump out of the pool?
Did you see that?
Oh my gosh.
How is that possible?
Man. All right, sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead, man. That was surprising to me. Okay.
Not really a lot, just because a lot of these guys had been kind of rumored to their spots. So, CeeDee Lamb still to be available. Yeah. Wirfs going behind. What Becton kind of surprised me. There had been some talk that with Becton failing a drug test or having some of that issues that could have surprised some teams. But I mean, it hasn't been too shocking. I've gotten like 5 picks right so far, maybe 6. But
Pretty good.
You were
it's
3 for
been
3.
I was 3 for 3 and then 5 for 9 and then or 5 for 9 and then it kind of fell off there. So I hope to clean up in the later, especially that Titans pick.
Hey, a lot of people are mocking that now. I'm serious.
Man.
So he may not be available by the time the Titans pick, to be honest with you. Would he be the next tackle off the board?
There's Ezra Cleveland's a guy that I really like. Austin Jackson from the USC is a guy that a lot of people have been saying are going to be the 5th, and he's probably going to be that 6th or 7th guy. I think it all depends on teams. I think if you're a zone blocking team, you're probably not going to be too high on him. If you're more of a power gap type scheme, I think you're going to like Isaiah Wilson.
Yeah.
Oh man. First of all, the disrespect of calling him Brain instead of Brian is real.
Hey, it's okay.
But no, Brian, we are not taking a tackle. Hey, I mean, the worst thing. We could take a kicker, guys. So let's not be too hard on the guy. We could take a kicker. That would be something else. Quarterback would be a sorry situation, obviously. And there's Chef by RD. What's going on, brother? You're late. But better late than never. We're glad to have you, man.
So that trade is Tampa coming in, getting, according to Adam Schefter, San Francisco getting a 14 and a 117 and giving the 13 and its last 7th round pick in exchange.
Okay.
So what would 117 be? 4th round?
Yes.
That sounds right.
There's 106 picks in the first 3 rounds. So
Okay.
That's why I do a top 106, not a top 100. I always do my top whatever is how many picks are in the first 3 rounds.
Very good.
Alrighty. Man, I love that setup though, Brian.
Yeah, someone commented saying, "Watch out for that. Watch out for showing live TV on a YouTube stream." But I think we'll be all right. No worries.
My big head gets in the way.
If the broadcast gets interrupted and is deleted from the universe, that's what happened, guys. So
sorry.
Looks like I'm seeing commercials. Let's do a little more Titans trivia, okay? And then we'll get back to Brian's analysis, okay? This is going to be a fun one. Let's see if you guys can get it, okay? This one's similar to the quarterback question about Steve McNair, but this one is a little different with Chris Johnson. Okay, let me see if I can find my banner, throw it up on the screen. Oh, I may not have done this one yet. So here's the question. You guys can just answer it. Since Chris Johnson was drafted by the Tennessee Titans in 2008, okay, and comment below with your answer. How many running backs have been taken? I'll repeat the question. Since Chris Johnson was drafted by the Titans in 2008, how many running backs have the Titans taken since then? Okay. Go ahead and think on that for a little bit, and I'll try to.
Do they have to count Bishop Sankey or not?
They have to count Bishop Sankey, unfortunately. Yeah.
Okay. I'm just checking to see the rules there. Okay.
He's not the worst of them, man. I'm telling you that much.
Yeah. That's too bad it didn't work out for him. He was the first running back taken, wasn't he, Brian, in that draft? Sorry to put you on the spot. I thought he was the first running back taken. And the Titans took him in the 2nd round.
I kind of blocked Bishop Sankey out of my mind because
Bishop Sankey first.
I don't think that was a great draft. So, it wouldn't shock me. I don't think he was. But what year was that?
2008. Wait, Bishop Sankey? That was maybe 2013?
Yeah, something like that.
It was pre-Mariota.
Mariota, yeah.
It was like we took Jake and then we took Jake Locker and then it was like we took Bishop Sankey. It was like the Aldous Washington. So comment below with your answer to the question. How many, don't count Chris Johnson, who was drafted in 2008, but how many running backs have been taken by the Titans in the draft? Any round of the draft, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 7th, whatever.
Ooh, 49ers pick come up too. I got one that maybe they don't remember, and I thought he was going to pan out.
Oh, I mean, you could say one guy's name. It's okay.
Kinlaw, defensive tackle. Where'd you have him going? I can't remember.
Javon Kinlaw, I had him going to the Jaguars. I had him trading back, and 2014 draft was Sankey.
14, okay.
14.
I was thinking of David Cobb.
I like David Cobb.
It was like Eddie George was like his hero, and I was so mad at Eddie because I was like, Eddie, dude, just let him wear 27. And apparently Eddie never let him, and then they kind of fell out of favor with him, and I don't even know where he ended up going.
Yeah, Bishop Sankey was the first running back taken that year.
Yep, second round. And
did we miss on any other running backs, Brian?
Taken in that draft? I just closed it up. Sorry.
Because that's interesting.
When you say miss, do you mean like they were available, or we could have? I mean, there was a great one in the second round.
Just for him, for us taking him number one.
Yeah, we could have taken any pick.
You talk about pick of the litter. Did you clean the litter box last night? By the way,
I did clean the litter box. It's real nice now.
But you know what I mean. So there was plenty of guys we could have picked. I don't know, but if we didn't miss on anybody, I guess it's irrelevant.
So we'll get to the answer. By the way, if you're doing any research, dudes in the comment section, let us know what good running back came out of the 2014 draft class. So let's look back here. We're looking for a number answer. How many running backs Titans taken since Chris Johnson? We got Chef Bayardi saying 5. Andre says 4. Chef Bayardi commented again and said, I don't know. Tony Joe says 6. Oiler Struck says 3. Zach Carpenter says 3. David says 3. We got 4s. We got 3s. We got people stop being interested in it. Okay. The answer, actually, it goes to someone who already got it. Tony Joe. Man, this dude is killing it. There's 6, and I'll read them off for you guys, and you tell me if you even know any of them, okay? And this one hurts. Javon Ringer. Jamie Harper. There you go. Bishop Sankey. David Cobb.
Minnesota.
Kofani Muhammad. That guy moved around a lot. And then there's one other one. What was that other one? Derrick Henry. Oh, yeah.
What school did he go to?
I think he went to UTC, University of Tennessee, Chattanooga. That's one of those Alabama. J-Rob's crazy about Alabama prospects, apparently. That's 6, folks. 6 running backs since Chris Johnson, and we had one of them pan out. Is that about on par? Draft Brian, what do you think? Is that terrible or what? Like, ooh.
I mean, running back's one of those positions that you can kind of, I'm one that likes to wait just because you can get talent throughout the draft, but then there's also times where you take guys in the second, third round that don't pan out. For every Le'Veon Bell in the second round, there's Bishop Sankey. So it just kind of depends. I mean, it's a lot like other positions, but it's tough sometimes just because, especially with those offenses coming out of the spread, you don't get to see them running behind center or behind the quarterback and all that. So
T-Town Brown says, I don't think I understood the question. So we're just counting up the number of running backs that were taken by the Tennessee Titans in the draft since 2008. And there were 6. And to piggyback on what you're saying, who was that guy that the Browns took, eventually got traded away to the Colts, that they should have never drafted early in the draft? What was that guy's name?
Richardson. You need it? Trent Richardson.
Trent Richardson. Yeah. So there's one where, you draft early. He did something, and then you have Bishop Sankey, who has just done fantastic, So yeah, that one's hard. There's always an Arian Foster out there that just defies all logic, right? So,
hey, can I ask Brian a quick question? This is from a personal friend of mine that I've been telling about Brian, and he wants to know. He just texted me this. I'm sorry. The Cowboys are at 17, so they're right here. Do you think, Brian, they're going to take a wide receiver? You think Jerry Jones? The rumor is he's in the house by himself. Will he be taking one of these stud wide receivers, or do they go defense?
I think wide receiver, you can't cut that out, especially if like Jerry Jeudy or CD was available. It's going to be hard for Jerry to pass those guys up. You know, there's talk that they could go Justin Jefferson. It'd be a good fit in the slot opposite, you know, with Gallup on one side and Cooper on the other side. Yes, Broncos took Jeudy. Sweet.
How about that?
One. And
you did pick that one.
I did. And I go defense just because they need defense so bad, especially in that secondary. I could see them going cornerback to replace Byron Jones. I could see them going safety with Xavier McKinney. You know, their defensive coordinator, Mike Nolan, was in New Orleans the last couple of years. New Orleans, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson really thrived for them. He was kind of like a hybrid nickel safety type guy. Xavier McKinney is like a clone of him, so I could see that being the pick there. That's who I think they're going to take, but who knows with CeeDee Lamb available still. And, you know, there's talk that the Eagles might want him, so could they say, hey, let's not let our division rival get him and just, you know, go get another weapon for Dak Prescott.
Yeah, what about Eagles trading up with the Falcons right here?
Well, the Falcons were a team that everyone was convinced, myself included, that they were going to trade up. But I guess it's one of those things, just like every other year, after they traded up for Julio, everyone just assumes they're always going to do it, and they haven't done it since. So it would be kind of fitting in this year's draft when everyone thought they were going to move up that they'd move back and in the draft.
Yeah. That's getting fun now, isn't it, Nick?
But we're getting closer, aren't we? What pick are we on? Pick number 15? So we're almost
16. We're halfway home. Yep.
And the question Andre has here is, do we think we go Jeudy and then Lamb? So the next one is the Falcons. Can they take?
You think the Falcons would take a receiver here?
I don't think so, just because they seem pretty set on offense. They've got, you know, Julio and Ridley as their two top receivers. They just traded for Hayden Hurst. Todd Gurley. They've got all these first-round picks on offense, so they have a lot of big holes. AJ Terrell's a guy that I think would really fit there. We thought that when they'd move up, they'd get CJ Henderson.
Okay.
So, you know, maybe they go pass rusher. Caleb Chaison's still available. He's a distinct possibility. So I think one of those. I kind of hope they go corner just because that's who I had him going in my mock. But I'm a competitive person, so I want my mock to do really well.
Yeah, man, we got to.
Two corners. We need our corner in 29. So let's let these guys keep dropping in the board there.
I hear you. So Falcons. Yeah, I think losing Desmond Trufant's gone, so there's definitely a need at corner. But
Isaiah Oliver hasn't really panned out.
He's good in Madden, though. It's not bad.
Hey, if we're gonna talk about Madden, guys, all right. Michael says he likes. Hold on, where are you at there? He likes Diggs here too. So I don't know if you're saying Diggs for the Titans or Diggs for the Falcons.
Both.
And then we have someone talking about Fulton. We're talking Titans here. Fulton for the Titans. I believe, Brian, you were saying you don't like Christian Fulton for the Titans.
I mean, I think he'd be fine there. I'm just not a big Fulton fan. I like other cornerbacks better. I like Jeff. If you're going to take a guy like Christian Fulton, I would rather have Gladney, but that's just me. I mean, Fulton's solid. He left a lot to be desired. He was okay. He wasn't bad. I think there's better cornerbacks there. But, you know, there could be a run on cornerbacks in the first round. So, you know, maybe he is best available and you guys don't want Isaiah Wilson or Yetur Gross-Matos or someone like that. So, I mean, it wouldn't shock me.
Hear you, brother. So we're all just hoping that you're that you're right until you get to 29 and then you're wrong. So sorry about that, brother. But, you know, our GM, he's done a solid job, obviously. So whatever he does, I'm sure it's going to turn out just fine. By the way, Brian, be sure to tell us what you think the biggest, maybe one big surprise you think will be. And you can think about this question too. Are we going to have some kind of big surprise in the second half of the first round? Is there going to be something just based on everything you've seen and how the chips have fallen? Are we going to see something crazy happen in the second round? Obviously, take some time in answering that because I just put you on the spot like that.
Would it shock you if Jordan Love isn't the next quarterback taken? What if a team takes Jalen Hurts out of Oklahoma / Alabama? Here's a guy that you got to teams love. There was talk that the Raiders could possibly take him at 19. There's a lot of the Packers have kicked the tires on him. Some teams are going to love him as a person, and you should. He's a great human being, but he is he's a guy that's gotten better and better each year. Sure. He kind of took that next step with a good offensive mind in Lincoln Riley. So a team saying, hey, look at this leadership capabilities. He could be the face of our franchise. He reminds me a lot of Dak Prescott when Prescott was coming out of Mississippi State. More of a runner, physical runner, not the best thrower. Had some issues there. If you put him on a team that's a run-first team, I think he'd really thrive. It wouldn't shock me. I think Jordan Love probably is going to be the fourth quarterback taken, but it wouldn't shock me.
I'm trying to think who is left in the first round here, or maybe we're considering like the Lions early in the second round to take Jalen Hurts, right? Is that going to be a run first team that's going to be good for him? I'm trying to think who could be that run first team.
The Colts are one team I think that would be a good fit.
But obviously, they won't be picking until midway through the second round. So
They have the second or third pick in the second round. They got that from someone from a trade last year.
Oh, really?
So
okay.
I actually, in my final, I had them moving up with the 49ers to get Jordan Love. So it wouldn't shock me if it was they moved up and got Hurts. Do I think it's going to happen? No, but I'm not going to be surprised if it does.
Sure. Very good. And then Cincinnati Titans says Patriots could get Hurts.
Oh, it's scary. Do you think he could be the next kind of like a Lamar Jackson type? I'm not talking the same type of player, but a guy that gets maybe drafted in the late round, like the late first round, early second. Doesn't really do a whole lot his first year. Maybe they get him in the offense, and then the second year just blossoms into just a Madden cover guy, which he is.
I mean, I don't think so, but I think a lot of the thing that made Lamar Jackson so successful is they built that team. That team is built perfectly around him. They've got a strong defense. They want to run the ball. They don't want to have to throw the ball. And then they went out and they built their weapons. They built their defense. They promoted their offensive coordinator up, who had success with Kaepernick, and Tyrod Taylor up in Buffalo. And so it was a perfect storm. So I think with you look at Dak Prescott, when he thrived with the Cowboys, they were a run-heavy team. Handing the ball off to Ezekiel Elliott with a strong offensive line, where he could just kind of throw the ball up to Des Bryant and those guys. So I think the Colts, if that's kind of the route they want to go, would be a perfect fit for that, just because they've got a strong offensive line. They don't have an Ezekiel Elliott, but they have some guys that can run the ball. A few kind of deep threat type receivers in T.Y. Hilton, Deion Kane. So I think it's a possibility.
I mean, Colts have all kinds of AJ Terrell.
Yep. Hey, Brian, I got to run for a little bit, so I think you'll probably be gone by the time I get back. But just saying what's up, and if you're free tomorrow, just tweet me.
I might buzz in.
All right, man. Thanks again.
Right. AJ Terrell gone for the Falcons. So cornerback, like we said, were we saying AJ Terrell, or were we saying somebody else?
I thought that could be a fit, and he would be a good fit with them. I had Terrell going to the Jaguars with their 20th pick. I think he fits really well within they run that Seattle style cover 3 where they are pressing, and he's a guy that's very physical. He can turn and run. He got exposed a little bit against Jamar Chase in the national championship game, but I mean, Jamar Chase is a stud. So I think he fits really well with their, physical and fast. I think he ran one of the fastest 40 times in the at the combine, and he's 6'2". You put on the Duke tape, those poor Duke receivers. He was like pushing them like 3 yards off their route, and then he'd turn and make a play on the ball. And I really like him. I think he was one of my top 32 players, so I think this is a great value for him.
Good for the Falcons. I say keep him in the NFC, if you know what I'm saying. It's fine with me, you know. So yeah, I remember you saying that yesterday or in your Tuesday Night Lights mock that he was destroying the dudes from Duke. I'm sure they knew what was coming for him.
Yeah. So
now we have Cowboys, and gosh darn, you know, CD Lamb is still there. I don't know if they ever expected that. I don't remember what you had for the. I remember you saying that the Cowboys could do a lot of different things here.
Yeah. Xavier McKinney seems like he'd be a logical fit, but so Caleb Von Chason, you know, they've got DeMarcus Lawrence. They could use someone opposite of them. They're transitioning to a 3-4 defense, so they want more athletic guys that can move in space. I think he'd be a good fit there. I guess it all depends on what they think of Aldon Smith, who they recently picked up. If they can really feel like they can trust him, whether he's going to get back. I think I don't know if you can trust him, so I think McKinney would be a good fit, but that's also because that's who I mocked him, so that's who I want. But Justin Jefferson, I mean, at the rate that CeeDee Lamb's falling, another receiver ahead of him, I guess going on now, it wouldn't totally surprise me. I don't agree with it, but something definitely to not be surprised by.
Hear you. I hear you. So we'll see what the Cowboys do. They got a lot of options now with all the, you know, quarterbacks being taken there, the wide receivers being taken there. We'll see what happens here in a little bit. No worries on stay as long as you want there, Brian. But if this is your departure, sir, we'll see you around.
All right, we'll see. Everyone, I'll try to check in with you tomorrow.
That sounds great. Everyone, be sure to check out around the 10 o'clock Central Time Zone. This young man's going to be going live with some of your colleagues from NFL Draft Creek. Right?
Check out his 3 or 4 of us.
Absolutely. Check out his YouTube channel. Follow him on Twitter at Draft Brian. Thanks for being here, brother. We'll see you around. Okay.
Draft_Brian.
Draft_Brian.
There's someone I wanted Draft Brian, but someone else had it, and then so don't give that guy any. He's got like 2, and he hasn't been around in years. So
that guy.
So,
all right.
Take care. Well, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, dude. We'll see you around. So, people, it's just down to you, me, and Nissan Stadium in the back. This has been a 2.5-hour live stream so far. This has been a lot of fun. And I've already seen there's a couple new subscribers. Thanks so much. This has been a lot of fun to do this with you guys. Cowboys on the clock as far as I can see. You guys let me know if anything happens, okay? And then we'll get some more trivia going y'all's way. Let's see. I got a bunch of good trivia questions left. You know what? This is a fun one to do. While we're waiting on the Cowboys, who are taking their sweet time, I'm going to name a player. And this player, I'll name their position, the year they were drafted, the round that they're drafted. I'll name their school, and you guys tell me who this person is. Okay? I think you could do it. Let's see if you can do it. Be the first to comment below and let me know. James, hey, thanks, dude. Been awesome to have you. Been awesome to have everybody. Been an awesome show so far. And, you know, Mark from TitanUp Load and I, we talk about, you know, like draft being like Christmas Day. You never know what you're going to get, but it's going to be something fun underneath the tree. This has been fun so far to do this with you guys. So, George Lopez. Love it, man. Love it. That's not who I'm about to say, by the way. This Titans player was drafted in the 4th round in year 2013. Came out of California and was a center, played the position of center. Who am I talking about? Name that Titan. I'm going to call this Name That Titan. It was a center, drafted in the 4th round, played for California, and it was year 2013 was the year that he was drafted by the Titans. name that Titan, folks. Be the first in the comment section to say. And Tony Joe saying that the Cowboys may go wide receiver Jefferson. That'd be great for them. Who is the Titan I'm talking about? Center. And there's Mike McCarthy. I'm seeing him. Who's that Titan drafted in year 2013, round 4? Cowboys are about to pick. You guys let me know if we already know who it is. My watching on the NFL app, I have it backed up by about a minute. So if you guys see before I do, let me know. There's Jerry, as far as I can see. Jerry is talking to Mike McCarthy. Jerry's saying, you better do what I say. No. He might be saying that though. So we have Tony Joe saying that it was Lamb. And yeah, we got CeeDee Lamb taken by the Cowboys. Draft Brian was incorrect here. So sorry, man, but you've had a bunch of good ones so far tonight. And man, Draft Brian has so much more knowledge, man, than I could ever have about what is coming out of the college ranks and going into the NFL. So Cowboys just picked Lamb, CeeDee Lamb. That receiver's off the board finally. And now we're all the way through the first half of the first round. Who is up next? Looks like, gosh, I don't know. I can't tell who's next, but Dolphins are next, folks. Dolphins are next, and Dolphins already took Tua. So what is the strategy next? Because they have actually 2 more picks in this draft, which is incredible, right? And to answer the question, who was this Titan drafted in 2013 in round 4, played for California, was a center. James was the first one to get it. Well done, Schwenke. Brian Schwenke. And if you remember him, he actually was drafted by the Titans, was kind of someone who really rose up the ranks during the pre-draft process, showed off during like the combine and things of that nature. Titans took him. He was their center for a little while. He left the team for some period of time and came back to play for maybe a year or 2. But Schwenke was correct. Good job, James. I mean, there's not too many centers we've had. Someone said Corey Levin. And Corey Levin, you know what? At a University of Tennessee, Chattanooga, I don't know if he ever did center or not, but yeah, I think he might have been moved around a little bit. He was kind of a depth piece, but it was Schwenke. And I'll let Brian know you say that. You can check out his stream later on tonight. You know it, James. Thank you, brother. Thanks for being here. He was a starter on the old Madden game I play. What year is the Madden game you play, and who was on the cover? That's what I want to know. I haven't played Madden so long. I haven't had a gaming system in so long, but hopefully someday I will. Dolphins are on the clock right now, folks. Who are they going to pair with Tua? Are they gonna? Let's see. They answered the cornerback position in free agency, and now seems like a tackle would be smart. Obviously, the best tackles have already gone, but seems like someone to protect Tua, make sure that his hip stays on straight is going to be the next thing to do, right? So let's do another one of these, folks. Let's do another name that Titan, okay? This Titan played linebacker, okay? Be a little harder than naming centers. It's not been too many centers, but this Titan was a linebacker, was drafted in 2014 in round 5, and this might give it away. What school did he play for? He played for Kentucky. So who is this Titan? Again, linebacker out of Kentucky, drafted in 2014 in round 5. Who is this Titan? You guys let me know in the comments section. James just answered our last one. And Joe has had a bunch of great answers so far. I got to write down that name. I think our friend from England, I haven't seen a comment from him. It's like 2 or 3 a.m. over there for him. He might be asleep at this point. Okay, and I got reporting Lil Wooddale, you're probably seeing him before I am. He's saying Miami takes DeAndre Swift. Is this a prediction? I think that actually Draft Brian may have predicted them take a running back, but that might have been the later pick. So let's see what our answers for this are. And this has been fun so far. Let's see. Before we get to that, let's see what James has to say about the Madden. Madden 25 came out in 2014, has Barry Sanders on the cover. Madden 25. Why is it called 25? We have a couple of answers. Bullock. And there it is. Avery Williamson. Well done, Andre. Avery Williamson, who I think now plays for the Jets. Local dude, playing out of Kentucky. He was a pretty solid, middle linebacker. Couldn't hardly cover worth a darn, which is, probably the biggest reason that he got let go and went to the play for the Jets. Because it seems like for Mike Vrabel's team, if you're a linebacker, you got to be able to cover, So that's why we got these guys like, Jayon Brown and David Long being drafted as of late. So, hey, good on you, Andre Bunting. We had a couple other guys guess it. Sin City Titan, that's correct. Avery Williamson. I like seeing the guys, from Kentucky. Wesley Woodyard was from Kentucky too. So having him and Avery together on the team, both from Kentucky, that was cool, So Dolphins pick is in, and you guys are telling me that, I don't know if you guys were predicting earlier that the Dolphins are going to be taking Swift or if he actually got chosen, but let me know. Obviously, a running back to pair with Tua would be huge for the Dolphins. It was the 25th year of Madden, 1989 to 2014. Very cool. By the way, if you're in the house and you haven't left a like, be sure to do that. 10 picks till hours. I hear you. 10 picks till hours. We're getting closer, folks. Let's hope we have, let's hope there's something here to look forward to. But it was the 25th year of Madden, 1989, 2014. That's right. Forget all this stuff. And Sin City Titans saying, what a reach. Does that mean Swift did get drafted? You guys let me know. But 10 picks until hours. If the Dolphins are done, then who is on the clock? Tony Joe has a bunch of wins in our trivia questions thus far as we kind of pass the time from pick to pick. They have more, that's the thing about having so much draft capital is that you have the option to pick someone and, okay, so it's a projection for Swift. You have the opportunity to go get your guy and go kind of get, what your team really needs instead of necessarily, like best player available. So let's see. Let's see what's happening. What are you guys eating over there? I'm starting to starve. I kind of pre-made some pizzas. I'm hoping they start cooking pretty soon. What are you guys doing for the draft? Someone a second ago made a comment to say, it's crazy that last year the draft was so huge and filled up all of Broadway, which was so great. And this year, we're doing it like this. Just, what's going on with our time? Coronavirus causing all this to happen. And, at this point, we're all just fingers crossed we'll have sports again. I hope, we're in a safe situation to go have sports. And Miami just picked Jackson, the tackle, I'm sure, right? Yeah. Picking the tackle is the right choice. Yeah, definitely. Swift would have been interesting for sure, but definitely better that they went and got Jackson. Irving, what's up, Cowboys? Yes, you're late. Cowboys picked a while ago, man, and they got CeeDee Lamb, so that's exciting. Amari Cooper and CeeDee Lamb, between the two of them, someone's got to be able to catch one of these passes that Dak Prescott throws. So taking a tackle to help Tua. What's going on? Hey, man, you're still awake. Gosh, it's got to be really early over there right now. But Austin Jackson from USC, right here, just about 30 minutes from where I live here, if that. No worries, Irving. No worries, man. Welcome back. Welcome back. But Miami maybe could still take Swift later on in the draft. So we'll keep an eye on that. But Jackson gets taken. And that's good news for Titans fans who are really, really hoping for a corner, right? That's another tackle being taken. Of course, our friend Draft Brian thinks that it's going to be Wilson, I believe. So let's do, while we're waiting on the Raiders to do their thing, let's try to do a little more Titans trivia. You guys can tell me who this Titan is. Now, this Titan, this is an interesting one. I don't know if you guys can remember this guy. I don't know if this guy even played a game as a Tennessee Titan, but, had preseason times, and he definitely was drafted by the Titans, right? So let's do a little name that Titan, okay? Name this Titan. Wide receiver. Titans have selected a lot of wide receivers. Is a wide receiver. Came out of William and Mary. Boy, I'd be impressed if you could tell me who that is just based on that alone. Round 7. And this guy actually did really well playing for the LA Wildcats in the XFL, this spring. So who is that Titan that I'm talking about? Name this Titan. Wide receiver out of William and Mary, round 7. You know what? My notes don't have the year, but I think the year was only maybe 4 or so years ago. Wasn't that long ago. So name that Titan while we wait on the Raiders. Raiders have already taken a wide receiver. They went and got Ruggs. Henry Ruggs III, right? Yes. Yeah, they took Ruggs. And so now I'm thinking, they could really add to their defense. The Raiders could definitely use some defensive help. Could be a cornerback, could be a pass rusher. They're obviously stacked at the offensive line. They have one of the best lines in all of football. So definitely interested to see what Raiders have, because it's going to be something a little bit more flashy than just another tackle. Tackles are fun, though. Name that Titan. Came out of William and Mary, round 7. Actually made some hay for the XFL recently. Let's see who commented below and got it correct. By the way, before I say that, let's check in with Tony Joe. Tony Joe, what are you doing for the draft? I'm doing chips and salsa with some suds. Draft party, man. I can't watch sports, so this is the next best thing. For sure, man. Yeah, we can't watch sports. We can't go to sports. We can't do much of anything here, but chips and salsa sounds perfect to me. I think in just a second, we're going to have TitanUp Load back into the house. Give me a thumbs up, TitanUp Load, when you're ready. Glad to have you back. I think we've had to – no, I almost thought that there was a wardrobe change here. Let's get this guy back on. What's going on? Mark from TitanUp Load. How you doing, brother?
Not bad, man. Sorry for the delay. Had some things going on.
No worries, man. We're going to be doing this all
night. Good night to the folks, and we're back. What'd I miss?
You know what? We got Austin Jackson taken by Miami. Before that, I can't remember because it was too long ago.
Who did the Cowboys take?
They took CeeDee Lamb.
Wow, they did take the receiver. Okay.
So they took the receiver. So that's, kind of there's a couple more receivers out there, but I'd say some of the big names are off the board now. Speaking of receiver, we're playing a little Name That Titan. Don't look at the comments, Mark, but tell me if you could tell me this. Tell me if you can name this Titan. It's a wide receiver drafted in round 7, okay, from William and Mary. Made some hay in the XFL recently, playing for the LA Wildcats. Who is that Titan?
Trey McBride.
Trey McBride. Well done, sir. Let's see who's the first to comment below and tell us the name. It was Sin City Titan.
Well done. He had a real I remember like Trey McBride was one of those where YouTube was like starting to kind of kick off and become a big thing. And I remember when he got picked, there was just this huge like YouTube stuff on like how great he was and
Really?
all the highlights. And a lot of people were getting very fired up, and me too. I was like, oh my goodness. But yeah, I'd rather have Raymond. Raymond is
yeah, Khalif did great. Shout out to T-Town Brown. Got it correct. Just the same minute that Sin City Titan did, but Sin City Titan did it before anybody else. Lil Waddell was there. Michael had it. Andre's trying to tell me that McBride was from Tennessee. I'll double check my facts, but I don't think so. Also, someone said earlier that Alex
Justin
Barnes. Hunter. Someone said earlier that and Justin Hunter was selected in round 2. Someone said earlier that I was incorrect about the running backs. Which is fine. I might have been. But they said Alex Barnes was a running back that was drafted. I don't think he was drafted. I think he was undrafted free agent last season. So
yep, you're right about that.
Mark is not just here to say that I'm correct. He's actually here to provide very good, deep, awesome analysis. But I don't remember Trey McBride having a great YouTube sort of whatever you would call it as
somebody just made a highlight video of him. Like a highlight package.
Sin City knows his Titans. So still on the draft board is the Jaguars. We are now in the 20s. We are getting closer, folks, to the Titans picking potentially. That was a different McBride. We're gonna have to do our research on this one. So that was a fun name that Titan, by the way. And Sin City Titan says, thanks. Well done, sir. And Chef Bayardi hates the Jags. Well, I don't blame you. They are the Jaguars. Give me 1 second. I'm going to turn this light on so I have a little more illumination. Okay, folks, I'll be right back. Raiders took Arnett is that another cornerback? I can't remember who Arnett is.
Was he Ohio State? Is he from Ohio State?
I can't remember. You got don't you have the show right there?
Yeah, but it's the commercial. It's a Jaguars. I could spot him. My son, he may know.
Yeah, well, we'll find out in a second.
Houston, who did they just take?
Johnny Mack saying Arnett too.
Cornerback, he says.
They're taking Jags took 2 quarterbacks.
Is that a cornerback or a safety? Cornerback. He says cornerback. I don't know. He plays Madden. He knows his stuff, so we'll see. Yes, he is a cornerback because they're trying to take all the guys from the Titans. They know that's our big need, so they're just gonna try to ruin it for us. So yeah, I don't know what he has planned. The trivia thing's pretty cool. So I don't really have any trivia that I'm thinking of. Maybe my last Houston Oiler game, if anybody can get that one right, it was at the Astrodome. I don't know. That's my trivia question. I gave a trivia question.
Let's hear it, bud. What was it?
My last time
you were gone so long.
I saw the Oilers play and who that was against.
You said this in a video recently.
I did, yes.
Are you waiting for them to say it, or should I say it?
Yeah, I was waiting for them to say it, but I don't know if
Okay,
they're going to be able
hold on,
to.
but I gotta remember who it was. I think I know who it was. And it was an awful game, right? It was just abysmal. It was an awful.
Sin City made a good point. That wasn't the Jaguars are on the clock now. The Raiders took him. The quarterback. Raiders are pretty good draft so far.
Raiders took a cornerback. Jags did not take a second cornerback. And yes, I was just mentioning that the Raiders really need some defensive help for sure. So yeah, it's gonna be good. Raiders took the receiver, didn't they? Yeah, Henry Ruggs. And now they've taken the cornerback. Jags are now on the clock. Good grief. Your trivia question, we got a couple answers so far.
The Chiefs.
T-Town Brown says Chiefs. I don't know. I don't think it was the Chiefs. I remember this story, you telling this story pretty recently. Why'd you tell this story? I can't remember. What was it?
I think it was because the Oilers struck, actually, with the Oilers.
Okay. But, yeah, I think it was an abysmal game. You got tickets right up front, and then you couldn't see anything, right?
Yeah, we were on the 50-yard line, right behind the Oilers bench. My mom got them. I was so pumped, and we got there. You couldn't see the field. You literally, I mean, the way the Astrodome was, all the players were out in front, and you just couldn't see over them. So we ended up moving. There were only like 10,000 fans there. So that's a kind of a clue.
Yeah, you were telling me in this, not me, but you were telling whoever it was about that story, and then the story of the time that you drove down to see the Titans lose to the Ravens.
Oh,
and Mariota gets sacked 11 times.
11 times. I went with my wife for that game.
These are bad stories. Why did you start telling these awful stories? Can I give my guess? We got other guesses. Ravens, Browns, move to the corner end zone. Is that correct?
Yes, we did move to the corner end zone. So he was paying attention. He should know, then. James should know.
James should know.
I'll give you another clue. 31-3. 31-3 was the score. So not only did we drive all the way down to Houston, which was like a 17-hour drive, it was raining. It was 70 degrees when we got there on Saturday, and it was like 40 degrees on Sunday. It was just awful. And the Oilers lost 31-3.
I think it was against the Panthers.
You are correct, sir.
The Panthers. Somehow I paid attention, man.
And you win a cookie.
Oh man, thanks.
So you can't eat it.
To 123 California Street, California. Okay, thanks. So we got a good question, but first I wanted to say there's proof that I don't just hang out with you when we watch videos. I watch your videos too, man. Just want to say that. I know you've been thinking that I'm not keeping track.
No, that's a Houston Oilers, by the way. Jaguars pick.
This guy's got great stuff. You should watch his YouTube channel.
They just took the linebacker from LSU, Chase On. That's your guy, Nick.
Levon Chason.
Yep, they took him.
Man, who? The Jags? Oh, man, jeez. This is goodness. All right. All right, so here we go. Chef Boyardee's got a good question. Change the subject here, so I want to think about the Jags with another pass rusher. Question, boys. Which home game should I go to this season? Well, I need the home games right in front of me. What divisions?
Here we go.
Thank you, sir. Okay, he's got it. And
so here we go. We got the Bears, Steelers, obviously the AFC, right? So we got the South. Jaguars, Colts, Texans.
AFC North.
Yep, the Browns are coming to town. We already mentioned the Steelers. The Buffalo Bills are coming to town. And then we also play the Lions, I believe, are coming to town. So there are your home teams.
I'll tell you what, it's about time the Titans beat the Bills. I'd like to be at that game, and I'd love to see all those great Bills fans that travel so well, and I'd love to laugh in their face when we beat them. That's my ratchet response there, okay?
Yeah, but if there is football, I think there will be, but if there's fans allowed, I mean, could you imagine what was said about possibly having to sit 6 feet apart at games? And what that would look like, especially to season ticket holders, and like, hey, you're gonna get to go to like 3 games a year, and your game ends up being the Jaguars or something. That's got to be brutal.
That'd be brutal. Yeah, no thanks. Do you have an answer, by the way, for who would be the best home game to go to?
Well, if we're buying tickets, the best games would obviously be the Bears and the Steelers, but those are going to be the most money. You're probably going to look at anywhere between $300 for a seat. Your upper deck's probably going to run you almost $200, I would think. They're going to be super expensive. So to get your most value for your buck here, I almost like the Browns. I think that would be a good matchup.
It's a great uniform combination.
Yep, they're bringing in new uniforms or the old ones, but new.
Well, I'm just talking the blues with like the brown and the orange. It's a nice, aesthetic look.
Yeah, but I say the Browns because they have a lot of stars. So, not only do you get to see your Titans, you get to see Beckham and, the quarterback. And I mean, don't they still have Hunt as running back? I know he
He's
had
there.
you know.
Yeah.
Chubb is pretty decent. They got some decent guys on Garrett and that on defense. So
That way you get to see Jack Conklin's return to
and
Nissan
Conklin,
Stadium.
there you go.
And I'm sure he'd be so happy to see the boys. You know what I'm saying?
Johnson.
So Eagles pick is in, and are you already seeing who it is? Not yet. So
Brian said they wanted a receiver, but I don't know. Are there any decent receivers left?
just Jefferson,
Okay.
like Oiler Struck here is mentioning.
Man.
We'll have to get some more. We'll have to get some more trivia going right after the Eagles. Right after we know what the Eagles are doing.
I'm still Johnson's still available, right? From Utah?
Yes, he is.
That's my guy.
Wait. Yeah, I think so.
Cornerback.
Oh yeah, that is your guy, and he is still available. We got Gladney still here, Christian Fulton still here. We got quite a few, nice skill level cornerbacks around. And Eagles, they got to go receiver, right? Right? Looks like they're taking Fulton, right?
Fulton.
That's what James is saying. So that's kind of unfortunate.
I think they're taking, as somebody mentioned, Oilers struck Jefferson. I think they're going to take Jefferson here. They showed him in the green room. I don't know. I know they tried to get away from that or showed him at his house.
I mean, Jefferson's on the phone.
Yeah.
Jefferson's talking to somebody on the phone. Obviously, he could be talking to his parole officer or something, or maybe his teacher, or maybe a librarian about something. He could be talking to the person that made that suit, saying, "Thank you for the suit." Gotta be Jefferson, right?
I'm thinking so.
Vikes will definitely be taking a corner, is what Sin City Titans. So we're all just looking at the 29th pick now, aren't we?
I think it's still a little early, but we're getting there. I'd say around 25, you can start crossing people off your list and circling the one you want.
Sure. So, and James is saying no, he wants Fulton for us. So we'll see what happens here with the Eagles. Makes sense to me that they'd be taking a wide receiver.
Here it comes.
They need is that for their receivers to not get injured,
Please. Hold on here.
But they end up just trading here in a second, No, the pick is in. That's not going to happen.
Here we go.
Wide receiver.
Yep. Rager from TCU.
That's a name I've not heard a lot in the first round.
Well, he was at the combine, and I remember he tweeted, I forget, he tweeted right before the combine or right after about people must mispronounce his last name, and he was trying to give. And I commented back, and I said, only if Marcus Mariota had a Twitter account could have did the same thing, right? So many people butchered his name.
I know it, and continue to every day.
I thought Mims was better than this guy, but that's kind of just me. Oh, they're showing all the Oilers Colts. There it is.
Oh, man.
Dad was a defensive. Oh, they just sacked Volek.
Why are they showing this?
Because his dad played for the Colts.
Oh, how about that?
Oh, my goodness. The RCA Dome. Wow, a couple Titans on there. Tannehill and Volek.
I guess I'll be seeing it in about a minute.
That might be a trivia question, huh?
For sure.
The 2020 draft, which two quarterbacks were shown from the Titans before their
right? Oh, okay. I said I was going to get some trivia going, and I will. Okay. We'll do one. This is one more that I have of Name That Titan. One more Name That Titan. Are you ready for this, people? This is a Titans player. Oh, I'm seeing the Titans. I'm seeing Billy Volek probably get clobbered here. Yep, there he goes. Yeah, I hate the Colts. Anyway, this is a tight end drafted in the year 2008, round 3, and played from California. Name that Titan in the comments, people. Tight end, 2008, round 3, and played out of California. Who is that Titan? Let us know in the comments. And then in a second, Mark and I we're gonna go back and forth. It's a you and me. It's a you and me. First one to not be able to. First one that comes up empty is the loser. But I won't tell you what it is yet. Already seeing a couple answers coming in.
Boskate played at Texas.
Boskate did play at Texas. Who did he play Texas with? Who did he play while he was there? Some other quarterback for the Titans.
Pretty good, I thought.
Vince Young. We got people thinking it was Jared Cook. Jared Cook, where did he play ball? That's
Carolina.
Carolina.
We traded. This is the funny thing. We traded up to get him in the 3rd round, and we gave up a 2nd round pick the next year. That's a pretty, like, if you're giving up a 2nd round pick to get him, it's like in the 3rd round. Why wouldn't you have just taken him in the 2nd round?
That's a good question. Well, we got the answer here, folks, but it was James who got it. Well done, James. Not James Rogers, however. It was James.
I forgot about Craig Stevens, the ultimate blocker. He was awesome blocking.
Ultimate blocker, but anytime he caught the ball, it was normally for like 20 yards, 20-yard catches, because no one was trying to cover him because they always expected him to block. And then he'd get the ball and there'd be no one around him. He'd always go for like 20 yards. He was good, you know.
Yeah, he was.
So James, well done, sir. Craig Stevens, and you were like the first one to respond too. He knew that answer, so well done. So, Mark, here we go. Are you ready?
Yep.
All right. So I don't know how to get the audience involved with this one, but you guys can just watch and just enjoy. Mark and I are going to go back and forth, and we are going to attempt to name a first rounder, Titans Oilers history. First one who comes up empty, can't say anything, loses. You got 5 seconds to answer, or when we think it, hey, you don't have an answer. Okay, you ready?
All right.
I'll start.
Go for it.
Rashaan Evans.
Wow. Okay, so I will go Kenny Britt.
Albert Hainsworth.
It's a good one. Steve McNair.
Eddie George.
Oh. Javon Curse.
Marcus Mariota.
VY.
Yeah, Vince Young. Okay. Jake Locker.
All right, Jake Locker. So the next pick would be, man, I'm starting to draw blanks. I might be out already. This is not good. I'm under pressure.
You got this, man. Think of tackles. Come on now. It's about 1 million of them.
All right. Taylor Lewan.
There you go, man. Jack Conklin. Oh, back to you again.
Oh. All right. Chris Johnson.
Oh, man. Good. Pac-Man Jones.
Oh, man. That's a good one. You got a list somewhere?
I was kind of looking up all the trivia today, so it's so unfair to play against me. But
all right. Okay. I'm going to throw it out there. You know what? I'll save it just because
I don't have a list, so
I know.
Ahead.
Kevin Dyson.
I don't know if that's correct.
That is very correct. We pick him 19th, right over
Really?
Randy Moss.
Really? Okay.
I want to say Moss went 20th. We picked Kevin Dyson at 19.
Very cool. Jeffrey Simmons.
Oh man, I didn't know you could use last year's picks.
What do you
All
mean?
right.
You know? What do you mean you didn't really?
Corey Davis.
Hey, I wonder if is this okay? Can I say Jackson? Adoree Jackson. Can I say that?
That way.
Can I say that?
Yeah, you can. That's a good one. All right. Wow. I got one in the bag, but I don't want to give it away just.
I got one in the bank too.
Okay, that's not good then. Man, we're running out of time. I might have to throw it out there now. But if I throw it out there now, see, I love the Oilers, but I don't know if I really got too much in the draft. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. Bruce Matthews. I'll get it out of the way early.
That's what I thought of. I also thought Mike Munchak. These guys probably drafted pretty early. You know that Bruce Matthews was selected in the first round?
I think didn't they do a 30 for 30 where he was one of the guys that they picked?
Maybe. I'm gonna go ahead and say Kendall Wright.
Ooh, that's a good one from Baylor. It's actually a really, really good one.
That's not even the one that was in my bank. It just came to my head.
All right. So I'm trying to go back to, we had some really rough years. So trying to remember.
The guys are trying to help you in the comments. But
I'm not looking at the comments. I'm just going to go ahead and give you my wild card. Andrew, I think, and Andre Woolfolk, the guy from Oklahoma who never panned out. I got another one now that you mentioned it.
Okay, so that's we'll see. We'll do research on that one. My other one is
he was drafted in the first round. I'll tell you that right now.
Okay. Derek Morgan.
Oh, good one from Georgia Tech. I like that one.
Another one from that same era.
Yeah, that's a good one. Let's see. Trying to think here.
Oh, Vikings are picking now. Has that already happened?
Who they picked? They took
Jefferson.
Wow. We're running so we're gonna have a nice pick here for cornerback, by the way.
We're gonna have a great one, man. How about that?
All right, back to the game here. Okay, no more stalling. Let's see. Trying to think. First round picks. This is very entertaining.
Good one, man. I got a good
one. Let's see here. I'm trying to think. My mind is kind of lost right now.
Jeff Fisher era.
All right, so we'll go with Jeff Fisher era. We'll start with trying to think. 99 or 90 would have been 90. The year we went to the Super Bowl, we picked Curse.
Right.
Then the next year,
I think the next year it's Keith Bullock.
Oh, you're taking guys from me. I was gonna say Keith Bullock.
I knew you were gonna say Keith Bullock. I got you. After this one, I don't know if I know anymore. So.
I don't think I do either. We could call it a draw if you want.
No, after this one. But it's definitely a draw, if not really unfair, because I had to look up all this trivia stuff.
Gotcha.
Michael Griffin.
Oh wow, Texas. Yeah.
Yeah, Michael Griffin.
So I'm just gonna throw this out there. I'm just gonna go Warren Moon. He seems like a first round guy.
Here's the thing about Warren Moon.
Not picked for, he came from the Canadian Football
League.
Oh, I lost. No.
We have to look up Andre Woolfolk.
I'm telling you, he was drafted in the first round.
All right, I believe you. So
Oklahoma, I'll even tell you the college he was from.
All right, Warren Moon was so incorrect.
It was a good battle, by the way. So who did we miss? Let's just focus Titan guys. Who did we miss?
We're gonna have to Google this. So
I thought you had it somewhere. No,
someone thinks that I have it on a spreadsheet that is somewhere else.
No,
I can find it. So who did we? So yeah, this is the fun part. Probably the more fun than anything.
Now they can help us out.
Someone said Drew Bennett. I don't think he was a first round draft pick.
Yeah, I don't think so. From UCLA, no.
All right, I'll tell you who we missed. Oh man, Chance Warmack.
Oh, well, I can see why we missed him.
Yeah, right. You totally can. we've got everyone.
Oh, we got a trade.
We got a trade.
Chargers are moving back up. Are they getting Jordan Love? Or
Chargers.
did they take Herbert?
Chargers took Justin Herbert.
So who are they trading up for? Cornerback?
They need
Offensive tackle?
they need offensive line big time.
Okay.
Why are they trading up now?
I don't know. The Patriots always love to trade, and
No kidding.
they got another second-round pick, I think.
You were right about Andre Wolf. Wolf. How do you say his name? Wolfolk.
Right?
Wolfolk. It looks like Wolfolk, but that's the name I haven't heard in a long time.
He never panned out.
Ben Troop.
Oh, from Florida? He was drafted in the first round? Wow.
And Andre Dyson. You said Andre Dyson, right?
I think Kevin.
Oh, you said Kevin Dyson.
He was drafted in first round.
Oh, you know what? Andre Dyson was drafted in round 2. We didn't have a draft. We didn't have in 2001, there was not a first round draft pick.
90.
Kevin Dyson, you were right.
Right above Randy Moss, right?
Well, I can't see that.
Oh, okay.
So I'm trying to look for Bruce Matthews. I'm not seeing Bruce.
Is he not a first round pick?
Oh, he was first round pick in 1983. Very, very good, sir. So you just went wrong when you went for Warren Moon.
He would probably be a no brainer, right? You would think, but then that is right. Canadian Football League. I think Jordan Love got you beat. He's got like 6 dogs on his couch.
Dang. Oh, he's beating me with my 2 cats.
Go.
Hey, you like the Chargers uniform?
No corner.
I know, right?
Seriously, we can't have a corner go here.
They got to take a tackle.
Murray, linebacker, Oklahoma.
Okay.
So
that works.
I mean, are you trading up for him?
And who am I trading up for?
No, are you trading up for Murray? I mean,
Wait, how did you just get the hand in his hand right away?
you think that's a good trade to trade up for him, or?
I think that's I think it's a good trade. I don't know too much about Murray. I just think if you were going to trade up for a tackle, you have missed out. You should have,
That's good.
It's not the time to trade up for a tackle. And I thought for sure because their offensive line is garbage.
Yeah.
I thought for sure what they were going to be doing. So it sounds like they're putting their eggs in a different basket, So that was a fun. Someone said Earl Campbell. Earl Campbell, was he a first round draft pick?
And he was a stud, though. He was awesome.
Let me look this now. Mike Munchak was a first round draft pick.
He
was number 8. Oh, fun trivia. And Jake Locker was drafted number 8 when Mike Munchak was the quarterback. Was the head coach. Earl Campbell, number 1 overall in his draft class.
Really? When? What year was that?
78.
Wow.
1978. He was first overall. How about that? That was a big one we missed, man. Tell you what, we both lose for that reason. So
yeah.
So we are 24. 24 is what we're on, and we are going to 29. Is Jordan Love going to be selected by the New Orleans Saints so that they have someone to be the understudy to?
Unless you want Jordan Love at 29, you hope he goes early, right? You would hope he'd go here because then that means it's just one more player, that defense or offense that's going to fall to us and make our draft better. You just don't want to have a run of corners go right now. Because then you really feel like J-Rob's probably going to have no other option than the trade out. Because right now, for most value that I can think of, cornerback has given you some decent guys. But we'll have to see.
Fulton, Diggs, and Gladney still on the board. This is correct. All these guys. Wait.
Bryant's on the board too.
Yeah.
The tackle from Georgia.
Yep. All right. So hey, you want to do another trivia like that? This next one's going to be hard. Let's do it. Okay.
All right.
This next trivia between you and me. Are you ready for this?
Hey, real quick, it's Titan Anderson's birthday. Got any birthday music you can play him? Happy birthday, Titan Anderson.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dude. I hope the Titans give you something real nice.
On Fulton, so we'll see.
What's up, Titan? It's good to see you, man. Happy birthday, man. Hope you have a good one. Having a birthday during coronavirus. A lot of FaceTime, a lot of seeing relatives over the phone, you know. So let's do one more of these ones. This one's gonna be hard, okay? You and I are gonna go back and forth while we wait on this commercial break to end. We're gonna go back and forth. We are gonna go back and forth and say every single Titan that has been drafted chronologically backwards.
Wait, what?
So we're gonna start with David Long, and we're gonna go backwards.
I'm confused.
So we're going to name every single Titans draft pick, chronologically speaking, starting from most recent and going to earliest.
Oh,
so
I got
David Long Jr. drafted in the 6th round last year.
All right, you go
we
first.
We don't have to say the round or anything.
You said Long. I'll go Walker. You're up.
Okay. DeAndre Walker out of Georgia. Before that was Amani Hooker from Iowa.
Iowa.
You don't have to say the school, but I'm
okay.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. It's fun to say the school, right? It's draft night, right? For Amani,
decide if we even had a 3rd round pick or not. Right? I mean, you got to really think about it. Was there even a 3rd round pick?
Yeah, right.
And now I can't think if there was. I might be out early because the next guy I'm thinking of,
I can't think of anyone either. So if I'm not sure, when it goes back.
I'm going to say no 3rd round pick, and AJ Brown was the next pick.
Okay, and before AJ Brown was obviously Jeffrey Simmons.
Nope, I figured it out. Nate Davis.
Oh, Nate Davis. You're right. I couldn't think of that one either. Totally. So Frog Boy is it 3rd. AJ Brown, Jeffrey Simmons. So who's next?
Oh, so this would be the draft before, right? Because we're out of okay. Well, if I remember correctly, the draft before was the draft where we got very limited picks because we made trades. So, all right.
There was only 4 guys. Nate Davis. Everyone's in the comments. They're all saying Nate Davis. You're right. So guys, help us out here.
Okay. So there were 4. Okay, I know it then. That would be Luke Falk.
I think you're right. Before Luke Falk was Dane Cruikshank.
You're correct. And before that was Honor Landry.
Honor Landry. And before that was Rashawn Evans.
So good. So now it's back to me. Oh my goodness. So I got to remember.
This is tough. Okay. Who would have been the last pick in the 2017
draft. So
almost like you got to start at the beginning. Who was round 1 in 2017?
I'm trying to remember.
Guys, who did we end the draft? I mean, that's like Corey Davis, Adoree Jackson draft, right?
Is that the right one?
2017. Yeah.
You sure? I think that was a year before because we went to the playoffs with those guys as rookies. 2017, we went to the playoffs. But I'm trying to. Maybe you're right because the draft happens.
2017, we went to the playoffs. Corey Davis, Adoree Jackson. That's that draft. But who was at the end of that draft class? I can't. I just have to throw a name out there.
Yeah, honestly, trying to think. Keep in mind my camera's up here, so I'm not looking at the comments.
You're great.
Trying to remember. So that would have been a J-Rob's draft for sure. This is his 2nd draft.
Would have been 2nd.
It would have been his 2nd draft. My guess is trying to remember if he picked anybody in the 7th round. That's the problem, right? Because some of these guys go in the 6th and 5th round, and they trade. But man, my mind is trying to. It's probably
All right. So if you can't, I'm
out.
gonna cut you off and say you don't know, but I don't know either. So I'm gonna throw one out there. Okay, I'm gonna throw one out there. Sorry, I wasn't talking to the mic. I'm gonna cut you off, but I don't know either. I'm thinking it might have been the Kofani Muhammad, the running back.
Oh wow! See, I keep thinking he would have been with Webster, but yeah, you might be right on that one.
Let's see. In the comment section, they're trying to help us out.
Yeah, the Saints
McBride, not McBride. Saints just picked up Ruiz, the center.
Oh, if Lil Wildell, the Mr. Irrelevant, was a corner, remember?
Oh,
I forget which corner that was.
we had Mr. Irrelevant in 2017. Was it Khalid Wooten?
No, he played for Hawaii, didn't he? That would have been earlier. This would have been not. It was a corner. It wasn't Sims. Sims was in the 6th round, but it was somebody.
Ty Smith.
No, it wasn't Ty Smith.
What was Mr. Irrelevant's name?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm not going to remember it, but it was definitely a cornerback.
Okay, let's go find out who it was. I'll find my spreadsheet. The Ravens are on the clock now. Oh, Vikings are on the clock now. And then the Dolphins again. Boy, are the Titans ever going to pick, guys? Jeez.
It's coming.
We
made it, man.
Yeah, right. It's insane. Let's see who it was, folks.
It's a corner.
I'll give you points for saying that.
Was it Muhammad?
You know what? It was Kofani Muhammad.
Oh.
I don't know that was Mr. Irrelevant, though. But there's no way we would have done anything here. Before that, it was Brad Seaton, some tackle out of Villanova.
He was the tall dude. He's like 6'6". Remember? He was
a
huge, massive dude.
Josh Caraway.
From TCU.
That's Texas Christian. You're right. These are all in the 7th round. Corey Levin in the 6th round by UTC. Go Mox.
There you go.
Remember, this is the draft where he stole Jayon Brown out of the 5th. He got Jonnu Smith in the 3rd. This was Taywan Taylor, Adoree Jackson, and Corey Davis. No 2nd round pick. So I told you that one was going to be hard.
Yeah.
So wasn't it
I always thought Muhammad was a little early, so that's where that threw me off. It's an honest mistake, but yeah.
Hey, so that was a good one, right? So
yeah, there was. That's tough, man. It's tough to be put on the spot like that.
Hey, I know it, man. If you're not on camera, would you have been able to think of everything so much easier? Maybe. And we have Glenn Mao Titan telling us it was Muhammad, one of those running backs, one of those 6 running backs. So Saints took the center, Vikings on the clock. They love cornerbacks. They just eat them up. They eat them for breakfast. That's what Brian said.
Yeah, that's what Brian said.
So
steal a corner for us. You watch. We had 25, 26, 27. That's 3 spots, 28, 4 spots in front of us. What would you do if 3 of the 4 corners? Then you're really stuck. And if nobody wants to trade you, who do you take? Do you take the tackle then? If there's not a difference maker at corner? I mean, that's pretty pass rusher there. But honestly, I think the Titans are really sold that they think they're getting Clowney. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I think so too. I think they're pretty sold on that. They have really good depth at that position, honestly.
Vikings just traded the pick to the 49ers. Here we go, cornerback.
Wow.
This is what I was afraid of. Wow.
So, getting back to some of this, this trade. How about it? The 49ers are back in, right? This is 49ers?
Adam Schefter's thinking wide receiver.
Wide receiver.
Mims?
Could be Mims. It's hard to say. So the next little batch of trivia, this is for everybody. And I don't know if I have a banner for it. So I might. Oh, I do. Here's a trivia question, folks. Which has J-Rob drafted more of, offense or defense? So he's had four drafts, and he's done nothing in this draft to add to this. Has he drafted more offense or defense? So
not even really thinking about it. I kind of think defense just for the one draft. I mean, it was 3 of the 4 picks were defense, right? With
Luke Folk.
Yeah.
Luke Folk.
That's just first glance, not really thinking much about it. I don't know.
You got to think that maybe teams have to just get defense more often because you got to keep up with these. I don't know. It seems like you got to stay young at the defense. Seems like you have these offensive players that'll just stick around for so long, tackles, quarterbacks, and even receivers, that and tight ends that just stick around forever. It seems like you have to stay young at defense to keep up with their speed.
Here we go.
49ers.
No corner.
Kyle Shanahan's got the whole family in his office for this one.
Wide receiver. This was the guy linked to the Titans, believe it or not. Brandon from, I'm not going to try to pronounce, Ayuk or whatever from Arizona State. There's been a lot of talk about him. So Titans are coming up at 29. Maybe this is the best option they had to trade up to get him. Maybe they could
right?
deals with Baltimore and Seattle. So we're getting close, Nick.
I know, man.
This is where you should start getting really the anxiety levels going way up right now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's there, man. It's all the way there. You better believe it. By the way, the video has 30 likes. That's cool. You guys are awesome. Appreciate that. I don't know if anyone's ever going to see this video after this. They're going to look at it and see, oh, there's a 4-hour-long video. I think I'll just pass on that one.
There's some good stuff in here.
I'll have to break up the clip. I'll have to break up the clip. Where we see our reaction.
I'm gonna get on YouTube tomorrow. I'm gonna see the latest update from NGB Talk, and it's gonna be NGB Talk destroys TitanUp Load and Titans history. There you go. There's your views.
Could never destroy TitanUp Load. TitanUp Load, big part of what we do here at NGB Talk. Made my really awesome icon, and here I am repping my microphone and everything. Super deep draft for wide receivers, Sin City Titans says.
Yeah, so that doesn't make sense to trade. Because keep in mind that the San Francisco, here's what makes it very interesting. San Francisco was pick 31.
Yeah,
Titans
you're right.
29. So this may have something to do, honestly, with the Titans.
Yeah.
J-Rob doing his job, because I don't think J-Rob's like going crazy right now about it. I don't think he really cares. So
I think he knows, they would just give me another thing to do, because if I draft this receiver, then I'm going to do something with Corey Davis, so.
Yeah, you're right.
Though we're a couple picks away now, and you and I think we're both feeling corner. There's still quite a few corners. Let's map this thing out. Miami, I think they're pretty solid corner. They're probably looking at running back, maybe taking Swift here. What do you think about that?
Yeah, Swift was another guy I kind of wanted. I thought he would be a pretty good complement to Derrick Henry, and we're going to need a backup running back. Now, I know a lot of you guys want the guy from Vanderbilt, which is fine, but it'd be nice to have a couple options at 29 rather than just, one possible option. So at least gives us some flexibility what J-Rob wants to do there.
So the Niners, they're not picking at 31 anymore. That went to the Vikings, correct?
Yep.
So we don't have to worry about the Vikings taking a cornerback. And somehow the team that lost in the Super Bowl already has 2 first-round picks. Kind of amazing how that works. The Dolphins, hopefully they take a running back. Seattle, could they be looking at cornerback? They're obviously not looking at receiver here.
Pass rusher, possibly. The guy Brian talks about that
would be writing on the wall. That would be writing on the wall that we are getting Clowney. if the Seahawks went with pass rusher here.
Yeah, it's really interesting right now as a Titans fan who really love Clowney, want to see him here. If the Titans take a pass rusher at 29, that's probably out. I'll be honest with you. We already have 6 pass rushers on the roster, just signed, obviously. What's his name? Now that my mind's gone blank here. My guy. I was excited we drafted him. What's his name?
Harold Landry?
No. Free agent. Man.
Big Beasley?
The whole show on why we needed to draft him too. And now
DeAndre Walker?
No, we got him from Baltimore, a 6th-round pick.
Oh,
They'll know. My mind is just
Correa.
There it is. Yeah.
Kamalai Correa.
But you just paid him $3.5 million. You're not just gonna cut him. So Walker's from Georgia that we drafted in our game we were talking about. So I mean, there are a lot of options. You already got Landry, and obviously we brought in the free agent from the Falcons. So Beasley. I mean, I don't know how many more pass rushers you could put on this roster, but if you think Clowney's your guy, you won't want them to take a pass rusher here.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, we're seeing lots of Miami and the 49ers tonight. That's for sure. I mean, we haven't seen any Colts yet, but it's already too much Colts for me.
Here's the thing to think about, too. The Texans are supposedly trying to trade up. Now, I don't know who they would be trading up for. Maybe an offensive tackle, maybe the guy we want. How crazy would that be if we were the team that traded with the Texans for them to move up and take a tackle?
It ain't going to happen, man. Come on.
Probably not going to happen. Maybe Vrabel, maybe there's a little love there. But, it's going to be quite interesting here. This is where like I mentioned this earlier, the anxiety, the nervousness comes into play because we've been waiting to this moment, Nick. We've been on the air for 3.5 hours. And for them to get to 29 and say we trade it to pick 45. Wow. It's frustrating.
I'd be pretty frustrated. We have Chef Boyardee saying Matos going to Seahawks makes sense, and Queen going to Ravens. I mean, honestly, if Matos is there, maybe Clowney is just not even worth the price tag. Then you get to keep Logan Ryan, and then you have, I'm just saying, then you don't even need to worry too much about cornerback, or you go get corner in the 2nd round if Matos is there.
I don't know it depends on how much Logan Ryan is, right? I mean, if Logan Ryan is not going to come down from 10 million, he might have 1 or 2 more good years, but I don't know. You need speed. It really showed in that Kansas City game. Logan Ryan had the best year. It was our best corner by far. It's just, I don't know if he can duplicate that in this year. I don't know. You get older, he's over 30 now, almost 31. So we'll see.
My phone stopped showing me. There we go. Sorry about that. Phone stopped showing the draft.
Say really quick, because I was going to mention this earlier, remember? And with all the stuff going on, I didn't. Floyd Reese came out with his top 5 gotta haves. And I bring this up cautiously, but I also bring it up as Floyd and J-Rob are very close, by the way, right? They're super, super close. So he had Terrell as his number 1 guy he wanted. That he's gone. Diggs, Gladney, and Wilson. Jefferson's gone, but those are his next 3. Diggs, Gladney, and Wilson. The Titans will get one of those guys.
That's correct.
So, or no, maybe we won't, because now the Packers, they traded up.
Look how big these pieces house.
Oh, geez.
Packers, they're thinking Love, but if let's say Love goes here, Nick, then that would leave us with our pick. So I'm asking you, I know it's your show. Thanks for having me as a guest. Out of Diggs, Gladney, and Wilson, the guy from Georgia, the tackle, even though my guy Johnson would still be available, which one of those would you pick if you were the Titans, and which one makes the most sense?
That's good.
My son is, by the way, shocked. He just saw Matt LaFleur, and he remembers the heartache years of Matt LaFleur, which was years.
Heartache years. I'm great with any of them, man. I say go get a cornerback. I forget which one is the tallest. and biggest. We don't have a big cornerback. We haven't had one in a long time, I guess, since Bleedy Ray Wilson. Ugh. Someone to have kind of that Richard Sherman, Jalen Ramsey sort of, frame would be, just a difference, especially with all the press man coverage we need to be playing this next year, especially when we play the Chiefs. So
I also wanted to say Mims is a guy that had a lot of mocks going to the Packers. Maybe got a little scared that the Niners,
right. There you
go. Again, the Titans supposedly were in the wide receiver market. Here we go.
Pick is in for the Packers. Boy, Mel Kiper and that head of his.
Yeah. Here we go. Love off the board.
Wow. How about that?
Crazy. Are you shocked though? Packers?
That is extremely surprising to me.
Does that make them better this year, Nick?
Oh, for sure, no. But that's crazy to me, right?
That's shocking.
What is Roger Goodell?
Are they moving on from Brett Favre? Are they moving on from Aaron Rodgers soon? I mean,
they are moving on from Brett Favre. Believe it or not, he's
Rodgers' pick. Wasn't he in the late 20s as well?
He was in late 20s.
Wow, I wonder if he was 26. The Titans are finally on the little side thing of ESPN NFL. So we're gonna get one of those three guys. I'm telling you up front, Titan fans. I'm gonna guess, even though I would rather have Johnson. It's gonna
I know you
three.
I'm a lot about
telling you. Johnson. It's either gonna be Riggs. I think that's the guy from Alabama, correct?
Yep.
And then you got Wilson, which I think all of us are hoping no. And then the Gladney guy from TCU. I think it's going to be one of those three.
Yeah, it's looking good at this point. It's nice that I guess who initiated this? The Niners initiated. No, in my mind this was a run on wide receivers right now.
Yep.
Of course, for all we know, they're going to go ahead and take that tackle anyway
and they're going to try to trade out. I just don't know who's left to come in and trade up. I mean, that's your question. The cornerback position's deep and wide receivers deep. I just don't know if it's worth. Is there another quarterback out there that we're over? Oh, Hurts, right?
Yeah. So Colts taking Hurts could make some sense.
But those are conference teams, and conference teams don't usually trade, like you mentioned earlier. Like probably not the Texans are going to trade. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
I'm excited to see this count because I feel like the amount of viewers here in the next 10 minutes is going to skyrocket here.
Yeah, it should be pretty big once people start finding out and trying to find.
Anderson shouted us out. Thank you, sir.
What a guy. Thanks, brother. Are you going live right now somewhere, Titan Anderson? Tell us what's up, Mr. Titan. He's in the house too. Mr. Titan wants Fulton.
Him and Anderson want Fulton.
And Chef Bayardi wants to know what quarterback we're taking. I don't know if we are, brother, but
yeah, sixth round. I think we'll take the guy from Florida International. Is the guy that Morgan, I think his last name is.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know. Is it like a Luke Falk thing? I mean, are you really gonna get too excited about a 6th round quarterback? Probably not. But yeah, Brady went in the 6th round, so you always
got to.
Yep.
Caveat. Let's see. So right now I'm seeing that the Seahawks, on my end, Seahawks still just on the clock. No pick is in yet.
You want Seattle to take a pass rusher here.
Definitely.
And then Baltimore. I mean, running back. Does Seattle take a running back here?
I mean, Carson does a good job when he's not hurt.
Yeah, but remember they picked up what's his name? The Beast came back.
Marshawn Lynch, you think? No, Marshawn
Lynch came back last year, so
he's done.
Yeah, but I'm saying, do they need the difference maker at that position? I don't know.
I see. Well, I was just going to say, I mean, they led the lead in rushing, I guess, 2 years ago with Carson as the running back.
Yeah.
So they're doing just fine.
Didn't they draft that guy Penny too? What happened to Penny? Did he get hurt?
I think he got hurt right after Carson got hurt last year. Maybe. If there's a Seahawks fan in the house, you can let us know.
Yeah. So if we did take Swift, would that be okay with you? Or knowing we need 2 cornerbacks, would you be a little upset with that?
I'd be very upset with that.
Okay. So you want a running back more like your fourth round, even though I know we don't have a 4th round pick right now, but you know what I mean later on.
Yeah, even like 2nd or 3rd round would be good with me. But
just not first.
If it's 29 overall, I'm thinking let's not do that.
Okay.
There's Jordan Love talking about being a Packer now. He's got the hat. How'd they get him the hat so fast? They have one of every single hat sitting right next to him.
My son brought that up earlier. You have to have a hat from every team.
That's amazing. And I mean, just give the hat back, I guess, if it wasn't your team. Michael Rossi, to answer what you said, very upset if we go running back.
Very upset, huh? See, I kind of wanted Swift. I think
exciting,
awesome.
But it'd be like, come on, what are we doing here?
I do. The Titans haven't officially signed Derrick Henry beyond next year. It's a franchise tag, right? So I'm telling you, anything's possible, but I honestly, cornerback is my pick. And it's going to be hard for – I'm telling you, I'm going to go crazy if we get Johnson. I'm just going to be ecstatic.
Be great.
He's got the speed. He can help against the run, which is kind of important, you know, and then he can bump and run you from the line of scrimmage. But you don't really have a lot of guys. Malcolm Butler can do it a little bit, but I'd be excited. I think he could be a number 2 right away, and then eventually our number 1.
You know, my NFL app has done this again. It's for whatever reason the live stream is cutting out on me. Let me know if I miss anything good while I try to fix this.
They're just talking about Love. Love was one of their stories. I think, you know, every draft has stories about they want to talk about a certain guy. Love must have been one of those guys, and they're going to spend the next, I don't know. What's the over-under, Nick, of when it comes to the Titans pick, it goes to commercial? What do you think? Because usually every time we pick in previous drafts,
so high, we
go to commercial break.
It's the over-under is 100% sure that it's going to happen. The live stream for the NFL app has totally just it's disappeared now. There's no more live stream on the NFL app. Okay, the pick is in for Seahawks though on the app.
Yeah, we'll see.
So you let me know how good those commercials are when the Titans when it's all about the Titans.
Well, they just went to commercial now. Never mind. They're going to go commercial when the Titans pick. I'm calling it right now.
Lil Woodale wants to know if Jeff Okudah is still available. Sure he is, man.
Could trade for him.
Jeff Okudah. I mean, no, he's gone.
Oh, yeah, by the way, that cartoon I was telling you about earlier, when it was the Giants pick, they had to pick Daniel Jones again. Why do we always got to pick Daniel Jones?
They had them Daniel Jones again.
Yeah, at number 4.
That's fantastic.
That was funny.
Love it. I'm trying to see if I got any more great trivia for you guys. Oh, here's a fun one. Okay, while we're waiting, what school did this Titan come from? Cortland Finnegan. What school did Cortland Finnegan? Guys in the comments section below, let us know. If you remember the hard-hitting, fiery Cortland Finnegan from a Jeff Fisher team long, long ago.
Oh, I know where he's from.
Where did he go to school?
Got the same mascot as the school I work at and graduated from.
Like same mascot to the T?
Pretty much. Pretty same. I mean, the logo is pretty close too.
There's a school where I grew up, Gallatin High School. They have the exact same colors.
Oh,
logo.
I don't think we have the same colors.
It's the Green Bay Packers. I don't know how they get away with it, but you know, lots of schools and teams do that. So pick is in for the Seahawks, and for whatever reason, I can't see the draft on this.
Are they going to take a corner here? Just don't take my corner and we'll be okay.
I hear you, brother.
There we go.
Okay, what we got? What we got?
Linebacker Jordan Brooks. From
Jordan
Texas Tech.
Brooks. Wow, did not see that on any first rounds. First round mocks.
Only helps us out, man. It only helps us out. We're getting to a point now where there's so many decent guys available, Nick. I don't know if J-Rob's actually gonna trading out makes much sense at this point. I mean, if you're not gonna get something back in return that is very good, then there's no point. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not passing on a guy who can help us right now for an extra fourth round pick who you just never know.
Yeah, this is good. This is just fine with us. Baltimore has been everyone's been mocking Queen to Baltimore, but honestly, they could pick anybody. Maybe they pick your guy and you'd be upset. But at this point, we're looking good. We're just one away.
Yeah.
One away until that commercial break. Oh, by the way, long time ago, the question was, has J-Rob drafted more offense or defense?
Yeah, what was the answer to that?
Defense. 13 to 15.
Oh, it was a lot closer than I thought.
It was very close. But yeah, 13 to 15. We'll see if it goes to 13 to 16 or 14 to 15 here in a second, right? Let's see. And then the question was, Cortland Finnegan, what school did he go to? I saw it in the comment section. Let's see who got it right. It was, I think it was T-Town Brown.
Did he get it right?
Yeah, right. Sanford.
Yeah, the Bulldogs.
Little school. And is that school in Alabama?
Not sure where it's at, but
Mississippi. It's underneath Tennessee.
Okay. Yeah, what a pick that was. I really liked him.
He was fantastic.
You need a feisty guy, to mix it up.
Absolutely.
We have a guy like that right now.
We got that in Kenny Vaccaro, man. Tell you what.
Maybe Kenny a little bit, sure.
I think he's a feisty guy,
Okay.
We don't. I mean, I would say Cortland Finnegan is also kind of like the trash talking type.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's like Taylor Lewan, but he's not in the secondary.
We'll keep this PG, but some of the stuff that Lewan supposedly says on the field is just insane. I don't know why people would even talk to him. He says the most craziest stuff on that field, I heard. So
that's what I've heard too.
Man, we're so close. They shocked me. They went to commercial before the Ravens.
Commercial for the Ravens,
but you never know. They might still do another one before the Titans.
They got to drag this thing out, man.
Yep, and we're approaching 10:30, a little over 10:30, and we're almost on 4 hours here.
Oh man, this is we're gonna be able to do this again tomorrow. I don't know.
Yeah, I know it's gonna be tough because the trivia thing has been
The trivia's been help.
It's been a big help, so it's given us the strength.
Yeah.
Tomorrow. It'll be difficult because there's a lot of these guys, unless Brian's on the show, we're not really going to know much about. Let's just be honest. At least I'm not. Maybe more local guys, but
we might have to take shifts tomorrow or something.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Are you going to have Titans and Truth on the show tomorrow?
Yeah, he's going to supposedly be on at some point. I know he's got his own stuff going on, but he's supposed to come on. Titan Anderson's supposed to come on and give his recap of the Titans when we draft someone. And Mr. Titan is going to make his first debut on TitanUp Load possibly tomorrow. Cool. So these guys are going to be coming in, spotting in, giving their first impressions on the second round, third round, and maybe we'll just ask them what they thought of tonight's pick if we do pick.
Cool. Well,
there might be more surprises as well. You never know.
Very cool. We'll work
NGB Talk on there as well. We'll never know. We're trying to get him.
If that guy would just show up. I'm not asking him to put in a 4-hour live stream here. We have some new Titans. Looks like in the new Titans fans in the comment section, or maybe you've been spectating. What's going on, Faro Jacko? What are the Titans doing with the 29th pick? We don't know, but we hope it's a cornerback. There are lots of good ones that are still available. However, Titans are Titans, and they could go do something like get a tackle. I think obviously the value is better if you go for a cornerback right now, but and the need is there, right? What about this guard that they picked up from the Houston Roughnecks? Is he going to be able to contribute? Is he going to be able to do anything? Apparently, this was like one of the best players in the XFL. I don't know if you know anything about him or not, but Titans just signed that dude, so that's something.
Yeah, I don't know much about him either. I know there are two guys. PJ Walker, I really wanted. Titans NM, big Titan fan out of New Mexico. He loves PJ Walker more than me. And then the receiver was really good. And then the rest of them, I'm not really quite sure. So we'll have to see about the lineman. But I don't think it's just obviously a depth guy. I don't even know if the guy will even make the roster. We'll have to see.
Are those LED lights?
Here
Corey Curtis is tweeting. No important of news, just from his point of view. Just completely shocked. There are so many good players available for J-Rob to actually have his pick at for 29. So, maybe you.
It seemed like at the beginning of the draft, it seemed like the very beginning of the first round, it was very predictable, right? And it seems like teams are going and getting their guy right now, which is really helping out the Titans.
Yeah. Brian said there's only really around 20 guys that have a first round grade. So this is a really good draft though. So that tells you that there are a lot of guys between round 2 and 3. So it just kind of depends when they're picked. And maybe that's why we're seeing some of these guys that we're not really sure why they're going so early coming off the board.
All right. So, Titans are on the clock right now, right? It's go time.
Pick is in. It's go time. It's
pick is in for Baltimore or pick is in for the Titans?
Pick is in for Baltimore.
Pick is in for Baltimore. So it's Titans go time. And the question is, who will the Titans draft choice be?
Another thing to think about, who's making calls with the Titans to trade up to 29 if there's anybody available?
We talked about the Colts.
We talked about the Colts, Texans.
Colts, Texans, except the thing with that is we're all in the same division.
Yeah, but New England hasn't picked. The Chicago Bears, they get a first-round pick back next year. So, you never know if there's a corner that these guys really want on your board.
Right.
You just hope J-Rob gets enough in return. That's the only thing I'm afraid of.
Yeah, there's a combination of there's so many good players still available. Who is it at the top of the second round that the Titans?
Queen
Queen.
So we got our pick, man.
We got whichever. We got our pick. Does J-Rob have our pick? That's the question here. So
Wilson. If Wilson goes right here, what's the first thing you're thinking, man?
We would never hear the end of it from Brian. Brian would just say over and over and over,
yeah.
Well, I picked Wilson for the Titans. Run first team, it just seemed right, that sort of thing. So here we go.
I'll be honest. I want Johnson from Utah. That's my pick. It's been my pick since I found out he had a 4.29 40 time and what he did and what he can do. Who's the guy that you really want, I guess? There's got to be something you really want.
I guess I like what I see out of Gladney a lot. Love to see that. But Fulton, Gladney, I think it's all going to be great. I think as long as I think I'm more looking for the position to be.
It's got to be
certain, right? So if you're just joining us, be sure to leave a like on the video. Thanks for being here, Titans fans. We got you were right. We got a bunch of new people in the comments section here. Pizza arrived just on time, at Lil Woodale. That's right, man. Let's see who will the Titans draft choice be here?
So if it's great, so this is a double-edged sword with it being the Titans. if they take Gross Matos, then not only do you get a pass rusher,
Yeah.
I'm not sure how that immediately helps you because you need a corner 2 and 3. And then that probably closes the door on Clowney. So I think doom or gloom pick would be Gross Matos for the Titans, even though, I don't really know he seems like he's an all right pick. It just, a lot of us are so fired up with Clowney.
Sure.
Seems like that would end that.
Well, we haven't seen a trade happen yet. If the Titans were going to trade back, we probably wouldn't have.
It'd be happening now.
It would be happening now. So we haven't seen it yet. The thing I think about if it's a pass rusher right now, the thing that we have is we don't spend all the money, the little money we have left, left over on Clowney, and that way we can pay Logan Ryan, maybe even pay. No, but be nice to pay Logan Ryan. And I get that he's getting older, and we can't expect him to have as good a season as he just had. However, dude's a great athlete. Obviously, our secondary, so much chemistry together. So I'm not too upset if it's an edge rusher. I'm upset if it's going to be, I say upset. It'd be a little disappointing if it was a tackle.
Yeah. Well, expect the Titans pick. There's so many guys available right now for them, and I don't think they had any clear vision on who it was going to be. They're going to run this to the end, I'm thinking. And I bet you they're still trying to trade out.
Certainly, yeah, I'm sure they made that call a couple times.
And I don't think anybody's biting. If Love was still there, maybe.
Yeah. Let's check. Let's check in on what everyone's saying. Tony Joe says, I'm nervous now. Here we go. T-Town Brown says, Matos is too raw. For some reason, Fox Sports broadcast doesn't even realize we need a cornerback. Well, they just signed Ty Smith, so they should be solid.
How do they always get those?
Oh, man.
How do they get the logos always?
Diggs,
Yeah, I'd still rather Johnson. There's Vrabes and J-Rob. J-Rob's.
Oh, man, I can't see it, but cool. Are they fist bumping now?
No, they're in separate rooms.
Oh,
There goes Derrick Henry plowing over New England Patriots. Is that guy still in the house?
Let's see.
There comes pick 6 by Logan Ryan. There it is. Boom.
There is it. I can't tell if comments are saying who gets selected or.
Don't say it. Do not say it. I'm not going to say it either. I'm not looking.
I won't tell you, man.
Don't ruin it. The pick's in. We're not trading it. I won't tell you, Nick.
The pick is in.
I'm not going to say this one out loud. I want you. You could probably tell by my facial expression.
I've been able to hear him. So when you know what's about to happen, you
Let me
just
turn it up.
Yeah, you can turn it up a little bit. Yeah.
Houston, can you turn that up? The sound bar. Hurry up, man.
Pick is in.
All right. Is that good? Is that too loud?
That's perfect.
Can you hear it?
Yeah, we can hear it.
All right. Wow, Vrabel's. What's Vrabel's kids wearing?
Is it? Are they closed?
Not sure. He's dressed up in Titan stuff.
Okay.
Warner doesn't know anything about the Titans. I don't want to hear him.
Kurt Warner.
Yeah.
Get that out of here.
Offensive line. He would tell you that they drafted Dennis Kelly. Or not drafted, but signed him to $8 million. You're not going to pay Kelly $8 million to be your backup.
Man, I hear you, but
I know Brian says they're going Wilson.
Brian just texted you or tweeted you or something?
No, but that's what he said yesterday.
Right, that's what he said.
I'm not looking at my phone because I don't want. This is like Christmas. You don't want your presents. Hey, before you open it, that's a new Xbox. You. So we want to see it.
All right,
yeah,
guys in the comments. I'm not looking at you right now. I'm just keeping that.
I could look at my phone right now and figure it out, but I don't want to.
It's on your phone.
Guess what? Here we go.
All right, I can start to hear it.
Here we go. Gosh darn it.
Man.
I knew it was oh my God, I knew it. I just knew it was gonna happen.
I knew it too, man. Brian was right.
Brian was right. Brian on the phone right now. Go figure. And I like Michael's comment. Go figure. That is typical.
Oh, jeez.
I'm not happy about it. And you know why I'm not happy about it is because why did we pay Kelly $8 million for the next 3 years? Like, you know what I mean? Like, that is, if he's not the guy, Nick, then don't give him $8 million. You know, you're not paying him $8 million to be a backup. Now you got a round one guy who, great. If he's great, awesome. But hopefully that contract's front loaded so they can get out after the first year. That's all. And honestly, J-Rob probably already thought of that, but I'm not excited about the pick.
Boy, Isaiah Wilson, tackle out of Georgia, is the Titans pick here. And we were all really hoping they'd go corner, and they didn't. Doesn't mean that they can't make some moves and get a corner, but man. They paid Dennis Kelly. Yeah, Dennis Kelly is really mad right now. Man.
I don't understand. Like,
man, we're never going to hear the end of it from Brian.
We're not. Brian called it. Everybody's going to have to give Brian some love. I mean, out of all the picks to get right, he might have only got 6 of them right, and he got that one.
I hope he doesn't have to see that.
So I'm gonna tweet him here.
So the Titans choose Isaiah Wilson out of Georgia. They got some quality offensive line depth out of the first round.
All right, he's getting a tweet right now.
Oh, man, this is something else.
I wonder if he'll come on the show.
I think where he's at, it's already time for his show, but maybe he was going to wait till it was done. Gee. Preston's in the house. Oh, we got a bunch of people in the house now. Preston says, guys, we're the season the Titans has had. Everything will be all right. Thanks for reminding us there, Preston.
Yeah.
Michael says, I don't like Brian anymore.
You wonder if Brian was the push that J-Rob was watching the show Tuesday.
Might have been it. That advice.
That might have did it.
Maybe that's why Brian had to leave. He had to go talk to J-Rob.
Wow.
Now we got Oilers Struck wanting us to trade up for a quarterback. Jacoby wants to know, do you guys think this is depth signing or a competition?
I don't.
Well, there's so much money given to Dennis Kelly, and obviously the Titans are in, like, I guess we needed to look at this. The Tennessee Titans, with their GM, John Robinson, are a team that has to have 5 offensive linemen and 1 swing tackle, and that is a part of their formula, you know?
That's true.
And if you deviate from that formula, you're not, whatever. You're not doing what you set out to do. Their mission was to, ever since they traded Dorial Green-Beckham away to the Eagles and got Dennis Kelly, their mission has been to have their 5 offensive linemen and 1 swing tackle, and that's what they got. So Isaiah Wilson going to come in here and and he's going to be that extra tight end, right? He's going to come in and maybe he'll push Dennis Kelly out of the starting job. So
it's frustrating though. I mean, I know you want to see it, the positives of it, and he might be a great right tackle. There's just a couple of concerns. Number one, he's the second Georgia Bulldog tackle to be taken. So, yeah. I mean, I get all that, and it's late in the round, but you're not going to, with what you did with Kelly, you can't take that back now. So you're going to have Kelly on the roster. He's probably going to start most of the games.
Yeah.
and now your secondary continues to get hurt. You know what I mean? You need a second and a third and a fourth corner.
It's crazy, but well, that's what second and third rounds for. Matt Moon's in the house. What's up, Matt Moon? Not a bad pick in my opinion, he says. Let's see what DeMario has to say here. Robinson knows what he's doing. Stay calm. Just because it wasn't what we wanted, they know what they have in their locker room, what they need. Not mad, great run blocker, average pass blocker.
That's a really good comment. So,
perspective. Sounds like a good Titans tackle, a great run blocker, an average pass blocker. And Sin City Titan brings up a good point. Our O-line is set now. We don't have to worry about this guy from the XFL having to come in and be the swing tackle.
Yeah.
All the things we said about cornerbacks this whole time was for nothing.
Yeah. I guess one way to look at it is, okay, Lawan gets another, let's not a suspension, but let's say Lawan gets hurt and he's out 4 games. Well, you're not really going to miss too much of a beat, right? I mean, yeah, both these guys played typically right tackle, Kelly and Wilson, but these guys are way better options than what we had. So, yeah, you're right. We do have really depth now at our O-line. But, again, you got other parts of this team that are really needing somebody. And, if you had a true first-round cornerback, you could have had that filled. You know what I mean? But,
yeah, I hear you.
Frustrating.
Titan Anderson says, this makes sense, guys. If someone gets hurt or tired, he's there. And I like J-Rob said, you can't find 350-pounders walking around Walmart. Well, you certainly could. The Walmarts I've been to, but they're not going to jump out of a pool. They're not going to be able to be athletic. But Mr. Titan saying we'll have to wait until number 61. Yeah. So we have a new Tennessee Titan. And you know what this does? J-Rob had drafted 13 to 15 offense to defense. Now we have 14 to 15. So he's
you're right. You're reading between the lines. He always wants to keep it 50-50. So with Titan Anderson's birthday, is he happy then? Is that a good birthday present for Titan Anderson?
Yeah, is this a good little present for you, man?
There's no way the Titans are trading up in the second round. Do you think? Like, they're not going to give up picks to move up to grab a cornerback. And keep in mind, Nick, holes. We need a backup running back. We need 2 corners. We need a defensive replacement for Simmons, because you'll say that basically Simmons replaced Casey. Well, then we need a replacement for Simmons. And if you think we have a hole wide receiver, that's 4. And we got how many picks in the 7th round? 3? Or am I wrong?
3 in the 7th round.
We have a 3.
Not sure about it.
And then we have no 4th. And do we have a 5th, 6th, and 7th? Is that where we're at?
I'm not even sure.
I'm just not sure you can wait to the 6th round to start getting your holes filled. You know what I mean? And that, I guess that's the frustrating part.
Well, let's
yeah, they're all over it. NFL with the alert. Tennessee Titans found their Jack Conklin replacement. That, to me, that doesn't make much sense. Your replacement was Kelly. So at the end of the day, J-Rob knows what he's doing. So with DeMario's comment, I'm going to just listen to him. So
there you go. I don't know. Maybe a part of our feelings are that we wanted to get that cornerback we've been looking forward to for the whole time. So just to take a look here, folks. Just to take a look here, we'll take a look at the Titans' needs at this point. Let's see how things are shaking up now. The Tennessee Titans 2020 draft needs. They did pick tackle Isaiah Wilson. Still, we need a cornerback. We need O-line. We need defensive line.
Hello.
Pass rusher remains maybe something we have in Jadeveon Clowney. Running back is a need. Wide receiver is a need. The backup to Ryan Tannehill is Alex Tanney, and our kicker is Greg Joseph.
Alex Tanney?
Do I got the wrong guy?
Yeah. Woodside. Logan.
Oh, Logan Woodside. Yes.
You're
Okay.
thinking of the trivia.
Whew, man.
Alex
What?
all
Jeez.
night.
So these are the Titans draft needs heading into the night. Oi. Gonna be all right, man. It's gonna be just fine. So offensive line was second on my list. I kind of made the list in order, kind of not. But yeah, oh no, like that was my graphic from earlier. So just showing that, that was going into the night. That's what we needed. But yeah, that could be taken off the list now for sure. Do we know we haven't even talked about what the next draft pick's been. We have the Miami Dolphins. They took a cornerback.
Yep.
Who on earth is this?
From Auburn. I never even imagined him going in the first round. But like,
Well, God, teams are just getting their dues at this point, aren't they?
so I mean, you're going to get some of these teams that are going to luck out again. Jacksonville's, these type of guys who are going to be in your first, with the second round, and they're going to get a heck of a cornerback. I've heard a lot of good things about cornerbacks. So from what I'm gathering is teams really don't value them as picking them as high as, the first round. So you see what happens with that.
I mean, it's what part of it? I mean, I brought up the formula part of this, that the Titans basically have to have 6 very good offensive linemen at all times, right?
Yeah.
Or was this just their guy, right?
I told you, that's the one thing I was afraid of. I said, if they fall in love with a guy and he's there and he's not, you know what I mean? It's not a need, but
yeah.
Okay. So if that's our guy, how does that help us beat the Chiefs next year? Like how is that guy make us better now? And as of right now, I don't know enough about him. If he was that great of a run blocker, he would have went earlier. And again, great. Kelly's a great. If you want to move Kelly as your 6th guy, that's great. I don't have any problem with that. I love Dennis Kelly, but I'm not paying him $8 million for that. You know what I mean? Especially where we could go out and re-sign a Logan Ryan to fill, or go after Clowney if that's what we choose, but pay Derrick Henry, which he deserves it. I don't know. It's just frustrating, but it'll all work out.
It'll work out. It'll be great. This is a part of it. And then we'll look back on this. Maybe we'll be like the Giants fans looking at Daniel Jones, like shouldn't have reacted in such a way. I think it's just hilarious that all night my creeping suspicion is that this is exactly what would happen. Like it's hilarious.
And when the moment I saw that, I'm thinking, why did we even waste our time on anybody else? Because you kind of knew that was going to happen after hearing Brian talk last night and then seeing in a lot of mocks. I mean, Daniel Jeremiah came out with his mock last night at 8:00 or whatever Central Time.
Yeah, what was on that?
That's who he picked for us.
Isaiah Wilson.
They're all with the replacing Conklin thing. So I guess that just kind of threw me for a loop because we know how much they paid Kelly.
Yeah. Well, do you think, maybe, I mean, has the language been Dennis Kelly is the starting right tackle, or is it that he's going to continue to be the swing tackle?
But for $8 million?
Yeah. So the money is talking for you, but has J-Rob and Mike Vrabel, have they come out and said Dennis Kelly's now?
I don't think they've come out and said it. It's just I don't know. So here's this Gladney guy that you wanted.
Okay.
So the Vikings end up getting him at 31.
Vikings get their cornerback anyway.
And then one of you mentioned in the comments, was it Chef? One of you about the Colts will luck out. Yeah, they are. They got picked 34. So we'll have to see.
Think the Colts go get Jalen Hurts?
It would help us out, honestly. The Colts have a very good roster. Their line's awesome. I'm not huge on Rivers, but Mims, is he still available? That would be kind of scary. Wide receiver. I don't know.
The Colts need receivers, and they need those receivers to stay healthy. That's for sure.
I tell you what, through the picks for the Vikings got Jefferson and Gladney. That's a pretty good haul for them for picks 22 and 31. You know, that's
they got some difference makers here. So just looking at this while we kind of wait, you know, who are some big time? Wow, these guys are not on the. These guys are still available in round 2. Who are the people who are thinking like, man, these dudes? Let me take a look at the list here.
I know that tomorrow this could give us some. We're going to go on about 5:50, but that's Central Time. But what I think we could spend a lot of time in the beginning of round 2 would be to talk about best available, come out with our best available that we is a possibility, and then kind of, you know, chart them along the draft and see where we're going. I think there could be a run on. There's going to be a run on corners in the second round here, and then we'll kind of get what's left. But, you know, people got to keep this in mind too. J-Rob loves smaller school guys, and he really invests a lot of time in them, which is great. So, like, most of these guys that we're seeing, like the bigger names, they may not even be on his, you know, big list at all. So
he's not looking at our list, that's for sure. He's looking at Brian's list, right?
Yeah. Probably.
So just to name a couple names, Trayvon Diggs is out there. Xavier McKinney still out there. Gross
Matos.
You know, all the running backs are still here.
Yep. If the Chiefs don't take a running back,
you guys had mocked Cleveland to Cleveland.
Yeah. If the Chiefs don't take a running back, would it be the last draft was when the Titans took Sankey, where a running back didn't go in the first round?
Yeah, here. Give me 1 second. Hold on. We're talking pizza over here, guys. We're about to have some celebratory Titans pizza.
He's saying, hey, can we get a volleyball? Name it Wilson. Wow. Sorry for getting fired up, you guys. I was really hopeful for a cornerback, but you know what? J-Rob knows what he's doing, so we'll trust him. We'll trust J-Rob. You back?
Guys, all right, I'm back, but I have to go look at the pizza.
Uh-oh.
The pizza. Right. So you'll do okay without me. Kansas City's about to pick. What's it going to be?
I don't know.
Back 1 second.
I think they care more about what kind of pizza you're getting. You guys can comment what type of pizza you think Nick likes. I'm going to say pineapple pizza. I'm going to go with that. Bacon, pineapple, Canadian ham. I don't know. That seems to be the type of pizza I'm going to go with for him. Me, I'm more of a cheese guy. Maybe pepperoni, but mostly probably just cheese. But anyways, I don't know. We'll talk more about it tomorrow for sure. If you guys are going to join TitanUp Load, Nick will definitely be there. Like I said, we'll get Titan Anderson in there. We'll get Mr. Titan. I got a few surprises. Maybe we can bring Brian on, Titans and Truth. We'll bring him on and get their reaction to it to see what they think about it. And who knows, maybe we will find out way more tomorrow as far as about, you know, Wilson, because to be quite honest, I know he was a good run blocker. I don't think he was great pass blocker, but you know, Conklin wasn't a great pass blocker either. I guess he was more of a mauler. So maybe at the end of the road, maybe that makes the most sense. But we'll definitely have to keep, you know, see what happens. But the Chiefs pick is in. Who do you guys think the Chiefs are going to pick? Here comes the pizza guy. They're thinking running back, according to Louis Riddick. Swift, probably the guy if they go running back. I think to this point, corners, I don't even care anymore, because by the time we get our pick, all the great corners will be gone, I would think. Right?
Guys, all right, what's up?
You agree with that?
That I like anchovies and extra olives.
No,
extra olives is actually true.
Oh wow. See, I thought Hawaiian pizza. I was thinking maybe
man.
pineapple, Canadian ham.
In honor of Mariotto, we would have Hawaiian pizza on draft night. Love it.
Oh man.
Tony Joe, I do love margarita pizza. Thin crust pepperoni and jalapeno. Let's go. Chef Bayardi. This guy is the one to talk to, right?
So hey, pizza wise, since the Chiefs are about on and they beat us in the AFC Championship game, so I don't really want to talk about Chiefs. Where, like, if you guys are going to get pizza, where do you go get pizza where you live? Like, what's your pizza joint?
Let's see. We do one of two things. We will go to Whole Foods and we'll get there 2 for $22, something like that. It's great, but they put way too much cheese on it. There's also a place out here in the West they call Blaze Pizza. You ever heard of it?
Oh, we have them here. Yeah.
Them there. I never seen them.
Awesome.
They're good. I never see them in Nashville. You know, they're like, I mean, it's like, man, this stuff's always good. What about you, man? Where do you get pizza? I mean, man, you guys probably got that.
They just went running back.
Running back who?
Edwards, Hilaire.
Edwards.
Did you know that he was coming off the board there?
Oh man, I don't know any of the. There are so many other running backs that people have been talking about.
Yeah, that shocks me.
They went and got their guy.
Shocks me.
I should have said I thought maybe they'll go running back. I didn't.
Yeah,
Anyway.
I thought Swift would have been it, but maybe not what they're trying to do.
Or Robbins? Is it?
Yeah, a Dobbins.
Dobbins.
I've seen him actually mocked in third round now. So
Crazy.
I asked Brian about that Tuesday, and he said I think he said he could go in the second or whatever. But yeah, we'll have to see.
Tell me what you're gonna do if turns out that your boy Johnson is there in the second round. Jalen Johnson.
That would be. Then I would be okay with the Wilson pick. It changes it a little bit. You know what I mean? Because I mean, you get. I wanted to fill the corner, at least fill the 3 spot, and I guess maybe they're leaving their options open. You know, if they don't get the corner they want, they can always re-sign Logan Ryan if they have enough money. They don't get the pass rusher they want. They actually have 6 on the roster, although I don't think really anybody besides Landry and maybe Beasley as a comeback player with Vrabel are a game changer. Then you can always replace it with Clowney, but still, I mean, I don't know. I know they want to run the ball. That's their main focus, but
yep. And this is their formula at this point. And I'll tell you one thing. I remember last year watching the draft, and we'll close things out here because we've been doing this for a long time.
We're going on 4.5 hours, man.
That's insane. They had their formula. I forgot what I was going to say, but you know, now they have their formula. And the thing I was going to say is that last year's draft, I remember there were a couple dudes that I knew the Titans were high on, and I really wanted them to get because I thought they were just the best dudes at their position. And we ended up getting every single one. Oh, we didn't get them in this round. Then we just went and got them in the next round. I remember everyone was looking at DeAndre Walker, and we didn't take him in the 4th round. Instead, we took Amani Hooker, and we ended up getting Walker anyway. And then Hooker turned out to be a fantastic player when I started studying his tape. So here we go. We get to watch Isaiah Wilson tape for the rest of the offseason, and we get to break down what's he going to be like. Is he going to be there at the right tackle spot? So we have a lot to look forward to.
Hey, if you draft if you do get which I know a lot of people get mad at me for saying that. I mean, what a great piece then. Wilson and Fromm play together. So maybe there's a underlying message there, a hidden meaning of what's to come, and you know.
Maybe so, man. Maybe so. Let me give.
So hey, real quick, we can do this tomorrow, but before we go off air, what would you give the grade for the Titans right now?
Right. So
but first reaction grade from the
reaction, I'd give it a B.
Wow.
I give it a B because based on my limited knowledge of this prospect, I have been studying a lot of tackle tape in the offseason. And actually, this is great for everyone else. We have several grades already. We got F. We got a couple Fs in here, but the comment section blowing up with grades. So the B, because the Titans have had a lot of success having six quality starting tackles on the roster, or offensive linemen on the roster. So we had to replace that and insert that into our formula. What grade do I give it? And now don't give it a B because, or don't give it an A because right now it seems like the glaring need is cornerback.
Yeah.
And it seemed like in the Kansas City game, the thing that was keeping us from being able to beat the Chiefs was being able to stop that, was being able to stop their ability to stretch the ball down the field. So what's your grade, sir?
I would probably go C+ right here, and I could go B-, but it's too early. Obviously, it just happened. You got to see these things play out. I mean, it makes sense if you want to run the ball to go out and get your best lineman available who can basically, run block, right? I mean, that seems to fit the profile of what we're trying to do. We know we're going to run it a lot with Henry. We're going to do a lot of play action. So that makes sense. We'll have to see the plan unfold. But from what I know and where I know the glaring needs are, you weren't going to fill them all in round one. I'm gonna give it a C+ right now. So I don't think that's terrible, but I can't give it an A. I mean, this wasn't, Brian mentioned, here's the difference. Brian mentioned there were like 6 solid tackles, right? Well, this guy is not one of those 6. He was like with the guy from Houston that Mini had mocked for the Titans. So when I look at it from that point of view, yes, if we would have got one of those 6 guys he was talking about, I feel a lot more comfortable. I'd probably give it a higher grade. But for right now, I don't know. I'm with you. I don't know a whole lot about Wilson. So I'll just give it a C+, and we can always go up.
We can always go up. We can always improve our grades, people. And we can always decrease our grades, unfortunately. So we got all the grades coming in there. It's a mixed bag.
That's what we can do tomorrow too. We could do grades.
Yeah, it'd be fun. So
lots of Fs.
Shout out to random number 78. Shout out to James Rogers. Shout out to Glenn Mao Titan, the dude that's been watching at 4 a.m. over there, 5 a.m. now. It's almost time for breakfast. To let's see, Sin City Titan, James Neeson, T-Town Brown, all you guys. There's a couple names that I wrote down in such terrible handwriting. Andre, and then I can't remember who else, or I can't read whoever else. You guys did awesome in the trivia. Mark, you did awesome in the trivia.
Too.
Hey guys, there's an after party. It's over at draft_Brian. It's over at his place, so you can go check that out right now. I'll pop over there. I'll leave a like. Don't forget to leave a like on this video. This has been a 4.5-hour experience. It's been fun. It's been like Christmas, and our gift under the tree was Isaiah Wilson. So we'll see how this goes.
Hey, we got to give him a shout out, right? I mean, he's a new. We embrace all the Titans. Even Ty Smith signed yesterday. That was exciting, right? Or 2 days ago.
Yes.
But yeah, we need to embrace Isaiah Wilson and shout out to him. Maybe we'll get him on the show.
This makes 2 Georgia for J-Rob now. So he's tied Alabama, UCLA, and Georgia because last year he picked up DeAndre Walker. So that's 2 Georgia prospects. There's been a lot more SEC in the last couple of years. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, and all these people, there have been a lot of these guys in the comments that have been here the entire 4.5 hours. So they all get shout outs, man.
Shout out. Hold on. Al Pierce and his son, Oiler Struck. They've been here the whole time. Michael Rossi, you've been here for a long time. T-Town Brown, you've been here for a long time. Preston, thanks for showing up. Let's see. Who else has been here for just so long?
Titan has been here for a while.
Absolutely. Tony Joe, Glenmo Titan has been here for a long time. We got some people that are just now showing up. Hey, guys, what's going on? You missed a lot of fun stuff. We had a lot of great. Sin City Titans been here the whole time. James Rogers, There's another James. What's the other James? Lil Wooddale's been here.
Oh, James from, there were a couple Illinois guys that were here for a long, long time. One of them was James.
Let's see, who else? Yeah, we had a bunch of great people. You guys were awesome. Thanks so much for being here. Sorry if we forgot your name or missed it. This has been a lot of fun. We'll do this again tomorrow.
One more shout out. One more.
What's up?
You ready for this one?
Ready for this one.
You for being an awesome host, but also your internet provider for providing this awesome opportunity. I'll be honest, I didn't know it was going to work out the way it was after I saw last night how the show began, but we had no issues with the internet.
And I'm telling you, conspiracy theory is that the NFL caused the internet in Southern California to be wonky all week, and it had to be perfect for tonight. I'm not joking.
It got crystal clear.
Oh man, crazy. So yeah, we almost had to cancel everything, but here we are. We keep this going in the 5th hour if we wanted to. Let's not. Yeah. You guys have a great night. The pizza has a bunch of tomatoes and olives on it. Mark, you're awesome. Be sure to like and subscribe this dude's videos. He posts every Sunday night at 9:30 Central Time. Tuesday Night Lights is something that he's been doing new. Oh, man, it's been fun. I'll see you around, Mark.
You too. We'll see you tomorrow, man. Tighten up.
Tighten up.